aka the smoking tire. Taylor.
This episode of PKA brought to you by Lucy, Lock and Load, and once again, our friends over at Death by Gummy Bears. Death by Gummy Bears. We'll hear more about all three of them later. Matt, thank you so much for being patient through our tech issues in the beginning. As you know, Kyle just moved, so it's always a bitch getting internet to work.
I only look patient. And the inside, I'm very angry.
Fuming. The smoking Farah.
What's going on, guys? Thank you for having me back. It's always a good time.
Yeah. I saw you on the upcoming guest list, and I thought that'll be an easy episode.
I fucked up. Did they tell you about my fuck up? I thought it was Tuesday, but it was actually supposed to be for July 28th, not June 28th. And then they were like, "Oh, actually, we have an opening on Thursday." And I was like, "All right, I'll fucking just do that."
Nice.
But,
there you go.
Yeah.
Hey, I've been looking at the racetracks behind you, wondering what they are. I'm not cool enough to identify what's what.
So in the center, they're not. First off, they're not to scale, right?
Okay.
The middle is the Nürburgring, which you've probably heard of before.
I thought that was West Virginia.
And it's also South Carolina. Yeah. No,
it's a wolf.
The middle is the Nürburgring, and you could fit the two outer tracks and probably 5 more tracks inside of the middle one. In reality, and then the one here over my left shoulder is Road America in Wisconsin, which is my favorite racetrack. It's great track, and you could hit in a fast car. You can hit 150 miles an hour 3 times on that track. It's really cool.
I see the three.
And then the tighter one over this side is Monticello Motor Club in New York, which is a private racetrack that I used to belong to when I was living in New York. The company that makes those is called Linear Edge, and they're actually made of like wood. It's like they're layered plywood. Cool. It's very cool. This is Nikki, my girl.
Hi, Nikki.
Hi, Nikki. Welcome to the show. Show me your butthole. There she goes. Yep. Yeah, not long. No local California tracks. I don't have any particular attachment to my local California tracks, but there are a few.
That one on the far right, looking at you, the straight one that you can hit 153 times. That looks like the easiest of those 3 by far. Is it?
It has its own challenges. There's a lot of elevation there. It's very, very fast. It's a really fast track, and it's definitely challenging. It's definitely a challenging track, but it rules.
I have a question.
Yes,
it's totally unrelated. Maybe I cut you off where you were headed.
No, I was done.
I'm in everyday carry, right? Usually it's about knives and keychains and shit like that. What watch are you wearing? I'm always curious.
This is a fun one, actually. This is one of my cheaper watches, and I'm a watch nerd, but I'm not a watch snob. So I have cheap watches, and I have some expensive watches too. This one is a Seiko that has an Arabic dial. So it's like not even $200, but it's got the numbers are all in Arabic, and it's
this is the date that's I'm looking at the numbers now. I see.
The actual numbers are in Arabic.
I like how 9 is the same.
Kind
similar.
of ish. Yeah, it's similar. Yeah, I never actually
9 and 11 are the same.
It's the same as other watches that don't have
one.
I'm going to be honest. I always thought that Arabic numerals were the numerals that we used. I thought they were the same.
You know what? Kyle is actually right. Technically, this would be called Eastern Arabic. I said it wrong. Arabic numerals are what we use. Eastern Arabic is like from Syria.
So what made you pick that watch? Was it the numbers, the face on it, or like...
it was actually the numerals? Yeah, that's what did it for me. Normally, like if you want to get like a luxury watch with Eastern Arabic numbers, it's really expensive. Like there's only one Rolex that has them, and it's platinum day date. It's $90,000. There's very few watches that you can buy.
Actually surprised. Oh, in America is a good qualification, because I would think with all that oil money in the Middle East they'd be like, no, put it in the Eastern numbers. Yeah. And diamonds.
Yeah.
Diamond numbers.
Yeah, that too. If you go to Dubai, which or Saudi or somewhere like that, you probably have a better selection. But they're tough to come by. And so when I found this, and it was $200, I was like, literally, I bought it on Amazon, and I put this kind of khaki canvas bracelet on it because it came with a pretty cheap, shitty bracelet, and you kind of class up the joint a little with that. But this is one of my cheaper watches, but I really like wearing it. It's a fun one. Yeah,
I like Woody's watch. Woody's
there you go. Diamond. Diamond. Oh
exactly.
Wow, there's a diamond and gold 36 millimeter day. So this watch has an aftermarket diamond dial. If that was made from the factory like that, it would probably be $50,000, not $10,000. Aftermarket diamonds actually reduce the value of a Rolex watch. Yeah,
Zach, change the bezel to 4 karat.
Oh wow, yeah. Oh, so this is like a build. You can like optionally build.
You were right on the money, by the way, because like what we were initially looking at was no diamonds at all, and that diamonds at 15.
Yeah,
that was no diamonds at all with a fluted bezel, right? Like there's no diamonds. Yeah.
But it went up by $4,000.
Well, no,
am I wrong?
Yeah, the regular one. This whole deal is custom. The dial and everything like that. This watch, just with a regular dial, is probably $10,000 or $11,000 from Rolex. So you add some diamonds, and it's going to go up because this company's making this. But if you then go to sell it on the secondhand market, it would be actually less.
So I hate this in my taste in watches, but I see that thing and it screams a little like nouveau riche. Look at me.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah,
right? Like,
what is it's oozing diamonds? No shit.
There's diamonds.
I don't know. A little gaudy for my
seriously. And I'm pro gaudy in many cases, but
little gauche.
But that one, I was like, the fuck. Even I have too much class for that watch.
No,
like, there are wealthier people with less gaudy watch. I can't say
gaudy.
Well, if someone who's really like a really like old money rich guy is going to be wearing a Rolex Daytona in steel, that's your straight up super rich guy, subtle flex. If it's someone like John Mayer is like a known watch collector. And he's got a lot of the really crazy stuff, like the Rainbow Daytona, which has a rainbow of diamonds around the corner of it. That's about as gaudy as you get from the factory. Oh boy, look at that!
That's just as gaudy.
What company is this? They should hire me because I have more class than they do.
The last two you've shown, I wouldn't take for free.
Well, this is some company in New York that's modifying these watches.
Well, like there's nothing wrong with this. Like the rainbow thing is bullshit. And
that makes the jewels look cheap as shit.
Now that I see the whole face is diamonds, like never mind.
Yeah, there's a lot.
When I sold cars, the management they worked so many hours that they spent their money on jewelry, and they all had like silver day dates and date justs with like just diamonds around the outside really subtly. And but then I had a finance manager that had a necklace, getting away from watches a little bit, but still jewelry. And it was that bike chain type of necklace.
Yeah.
But a big ass diamond, and every link had a diamond. It was an $80,000 chain.
Dude, if I went to a dealership and the finance manager was wearing
he didn't have it on.
Like, I am getting robbed in this bitch. I'm out of here, dude.
I only go to dealerships where they will diamond grills. If there's no grill going on, if your teeth aren't encrusted with diamonds.
I have the same rule for dentists. They have to have diamond grills.
Dude, you want to talk some consumer advice? Never get financing from a guy wearing that kind of chain.
That man knows how to
it's
sell that
your interest money that pays for that chain.
Dude,
you don't need to sign on the line. He's got 5 rings on. One on each finger, one of those guys.
We all know the YouTube algorithm. Everyone knows the social media algorithms at this point. YouTube figured out I like everyday carry videos about knives and wallets and shit like that. So then it started pumping watch videos at me.
Yeah.
And now I'm like contemplating watch purchases that would hurt my family. Yeah. I'm like, I shouldn't do this, but look at it.
I have a watch sponsor. I can get you. I get good price for you, my friend. Very good price.
Yeah.
Homies at Bob's Watches, they got you, dude.
I'm like, my watch has been great. It's very durable. It's functional. I need an altimeter watch because I do this stupid hobby. They wear flying lawn chairs. And and I've dragged it across every brick and concrete surface in the house, and it's held up well. That's something that I value. But God, if I look at it under a microscope, it won't hold up like these other watches do.
Dude, the watch fucking FOMO is crazy. It's Instagram and all, because on Instagram, a house, a car, and a watch are all the same size. You know, it's, you know what I mean? Like it really, like it's something about that 2x2 square, you know, that really makes you pay so much more attention to small things than you ever fucking would in the real world.
Right. And who are you trying to impress? Because if you're
other people on Instagram,
yeah, but like if it's not a Rolex, then I would argue that 85% of the people you're trying to impress, 95% don't even know to be impressed.
Oh, for sure. For sure. There's
it's higher than that. It's higher than that.
It's probably
like, I like watches.
Right.
But I like watches, but I probably won't recognize your Breitling if you have one on. I'll be like, oh, that looks shiny, but I won't know if it's 300 or 30,000.
Dude, there's like, shit you could buy. I'm into watches. $1 million that they'd give you $50 for in fucking Chinatown. Like there's stuff you could buy like a George Daniels watch or a Roger W. Smith watch, like that just doesn't look like anything. I mean,
are those like small? Nothing. Are those like small boutique like
like there's like
make 30
50
watches
of them in the world. Yeah, like they're like this one guy, and they're literally $1 million, and it's and you take it to Christie's, you know, and it's like you have to be pre-approved to bid on some shit like that, you know. It's like really, really, really end of the line for watch collecting, but you wear something like that around and 0.0001% of the population knows what you're wearing.
When you mentioned when you were like, oh, the subtle flex, whoever said the Rolex Daytona steel, I was like, I know nothing about watches, less than any of you, and I looked it up. $32,000. I would not look twice at this. If I saw someone with this on their wrist, I would assume it was a normal run-of-the-mill watch. Like there's nothing at all flashy or special about it. I just don't get, like, if you're gonna spend 32 grand, you want a little bit of gaudy. Like you want,
maybe you do. I mean, if for people that know a little bit, like if you know absolutely nothing, then it's nothing. If you know just a little bit, it's something. That's who you're flexing to. The people who know just enough about watches to know it's something. And the people and the thing about Rolex is they're really, really well made. They make a lot of watches and they seem really expensive, but like there's no watch on the planet that you can beat the shit out of harder than a Rolex. They are really, really durable. They make their own metals. They have their own metal alloys called oyster steel, and their Rolls gold is called Rollsor, which is really kind of a stupid name, but they literally do make their own metals, and they're designed to feel a certain way. They have this kind of softness in your hands, but then you could smack it against concrete and they're really, really durable. It's interesting.
I've always been shocked how scratch resistant they are. Like just nice watches in general. What do you call the glass that covers everything?
The crystal. Crystal? Nice watches have a sapphire crystal. It's actually made of sapphire, and you can smack it pretty hard. Really hard.
Like smacking resistance is a little different than hardness. Like I'm thinking of like scratch resistance, because
I know you could take a metal tool and just like grind it on there and you won't scratch that.
My watch has a sapphire crystal, and I put it, I'm hard on my shit, right? Like, and I've always been impressed that Wings of Redemption has like a 16-year-old truck, and in many ways it looks kind of new, right? He takes care of that thing. That's not, he doesn't drive it a lot. Okay. I don't take care of my shit. I'm kind of hard. Everything I own looks pretty used in not a very long time. It just all gets rode hard and put away wet. And my crystal is perfect.
Yeah. A Rolex should be good for you.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
A Rolex is good for you. Yeah.
The sapphire on my watch doesn't have a blemish on it. And I was wearing it getting in and out of tanks and stuff. And I can distinctively remember being in a fucking tank and banging it like the face onto like this sharp, heavy it's a tank. and thinking like, oh, I'm so scared to look, and it not a blemish. It's just
I'm left-handed, so I wear my watch on my right wrist, which is a real problem for damage because like banisters on staircases, and when you're walking against a wall, it's on your I hit it against shit all the time just because I wear it on the hand that's close to that stuff most of the time. And so I'm really, really hard on watches like that. And I've never scratched a crystal ever.
Yeah, I'm looking up so there's something called the Mohs hardness scale. Man, science is neat of how hard things are.
Yeah.
And apparently the hardest thing is a diamond. That's a 10.
Sure.
It's a 1 to 10 system. Tremendous system. Love that. And the
keep it simple.
Sapphire crystal is a 9.
Yeah.
And by comparison, a masonry drill bit is an 8.5. Yeah, so if you tried to use a masonry drill bit on your sapphire, you're going to fuck up your masonry drill bit. You know?
I have in a box somewhere.
I had no idea sapphire glass. I didn't know that was a thing.
I have masonry bits in a watch. Dare I? No.
So there's some really there's a couple very high-end watches that are really expensive, and I'm talking like $100,000 plus, that have sapphire cases where the whole case of the watch is made of sapphire.
Damn.
And it's funny because they actually look, it's translucent, but it's one of those things where you look at it and you go, that's either really cheap or really expensive. Like you can't tell. Like I did a podcast with John Oates.
My swatch is also see-through.
Yeah. And he was wearing like a watch called a Hublot, which had a sapphire case. And you look at it and you go, well, that's either $50 or $500,000. And it was like $100,000.
So did they do some sort of like CNC machining on a block of sapphire?
Can you zoom in?
Yeah, they mill it. They mill it from a block.
Quick, inquire now.
No, call now. Let's talk to him.
That's basically what it is. That's a full sapphire.
Can you get these things? Because I wasn't
look
serious
at the price,
about
$380,000.
I know, but I wasn't serious about pulling the trigger on like a 5K plus watch. But I was looking into it. They're not available.
But $380.
You can't buy a Rolex. No one has them in stock anymore.
Well, so Rolex is a very specific case. Rolex, unlike a lot of the other watch companies, is not public. They're a private company. They have a couple things going on. One is they're already rich as fuck, so they don't need to show any kind of growth to shareholders the way that a publicly traded company would have to. They also overextended themselves in terms of retail footprint in the 90s and early 2000s. They would have not just their own Rolex stores, but a sort of kiosk inside of another watch store that sold multiple brands. They're actively trying to choke out their retailers so that they drop the retail Rolex license from these multi-brand stores, and they only have their Rolex boutiques. And they're doing that by just choking out the inventory. The other thing that they're doing is they have watches that are more profitable because they have gold and diamonds and shit in them, and that's more profitable than a watch made of steel. But in a sort of perversion of luxury goods, the Rolex steel watches are in higher demand. And so they artificially restrict production of the steel watches, and they make you buy the gold and diamond shit, which is more profitable. And then they'll call you when the steel one, comes in. And so sort of all of these, and that also has the effect of pumping up the residual value of the used watches. So there's a few different things going on there, but basically they're cranking their own brand perceived value by artificially restricting the supply. Whereas if you go into a Breitling store, an IWC store, an Omega store, they have tons of inventory, and it's because they're publicly traded companies and they got to move units, whereas Rolex isn't like that. But for you, Woody, honestly, if you did want to buy a Rolex, a used one is really the choice you have. But unlike a used car, the rich, that's a Richard Mille. That's just insane.
What time is it? What the fuck? What are you supposed to discern from this?
1020, but it's pointed straight at the 10.
Yeah,
it's like 1020, but it seems like
less is more, man.
In theory, that watch has a bunch of like functions, but it's like impossible to read.
That's the ugliest watch I've ever seen.
It is.
And the worst part is, we all know Sylvester Stallone is too stupid.
Richard Mills should be put in jail for this scam.
Here's how much money
it was Stallone's watch.
Yeah, Richard Mille, they make. And technically it's Richard Mille, if you want to be real douchey about it. We call him Dick Mile. But they make so much money, they're sponsoring 4 Formula One teams. Like that's how much their margins are.
We can't lose. We just sponsor the top
every weekend a Richard Mille driver wins. That's one of their most of the Richard Mille watches have this sort of curved case. A lot of the rappers wear them. There's a special Pharrell one. Actually, some of their watches have very cool functions. Some of them are designed, they're super light. So like you're not supposed to wear a mechanical watch while like golfing or playing tennis or doing certain like high impact activities. And Richard Mille watches are designed specifically like there's a Bubba Watson collab that's meant to be worn playing golf. There's a Rafael Nadal collab that's designed to be worn while playing tennis. And they do wear them while doing those activities. They're fucking $500,000, those watches. Anytime in LA, you read about there's these real sensationalist stories that come up, especially in LA once in a while. And it's like, dude gets followed home from Mastro's in Beverly Hills, and jacked outside of his house for his watch, that kind of thing. It's always a fucking Richard Mille. Always. Because you can see him from across the street. They're like they're so big and bright. You can see them from so far away. They're just walking by the restaurant going, that guy.
Making yourself a target.
Yeah, that's the thing about that Daytona. Like nobody's gonna follow you home, right?
Yeah.
Nobody's gonna and like anything that's all blinged out like that, like if you're gonna wear that anywhere, like you're gonna have to be prepared to fight for it or kill for it, because somebody might try to take like have that in your mind. Don't go into that like life of walking around with $50,000 on your wrist and thinking everybody's just going to be chill about it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, and that's the stealth wealth, right? So you can wear something that's beautifully made and feels really cool and works really well and won't attract a fucking gangbanger that's walking across the street and will see it. And then there's a fucking gold Richard Mille that you can wear, and everybody who sees you will be like, that's the guy I'm following home, and jacking as soon as he gets out of his Ferrari California T.
Well, I feel like those are, based on what you guys have said, those are so rare. How would you even resell it? Like, who do you resell that to? Like, if you tried to get a bunch of money, Russians.
You sell them internationally the same way you would sell stolen cars. It's a black market, Bitcoin, fucking whatever.
Are those Russian oil guys fucking cheap? That they're buying stolen, that is no class. They're billionaires. Just spring for it, man. Just pay for it.
Well, we don't. They might be just junior millionaires, and that was in rubles. So they've got to get a stolen Range Rover. They can't import one. God damn it.
Yeah, if you're the guy, if you're the proper oligarch, you're probably getting the proper hookup. If you're that guy's bodyguard
right now,
then you get a crappy one.
Whenever there's some kind of like geopolitical thing happening, everybody, obviously we're all focused on this like Ukraine war thing, but I start thinking, like, wonder what's going on behind the scenes with like just some rich guy in Russia who wants his cool watch. What kind of hoops and like hurdles is he sending some minion? I want to watch a movie about the minion who gets sent to go get him his watch from America.
That's like how hard that would be. Operation Odessa. Did we talk about that last time I was here? Operation Odessa.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Have you seen the documentary? It's about these guys from Miami who are getting Russian or Soviet military equipment for Pablo Escobar. The guy's name was Tarzan.
Oh, you mentioned Tarzan before. Yeah.
I think we talked about it last time.
Yeah.
Bought a nuclear submarine from Russia.
Now that you said Tarzan and it all came back. I just needed that name. I'm
pretty sure we talked about
Tarzan. Talked about Tarzan. But like that seems like a reasonable, like, I get better example than the watch. Like, if you had the crown jewels of England like in your kitchen right now, those are worth billions on their own. What would you even do?
Yeah.
Like who would you like? You'd get caught immediately, like shave pieces off with what?
Yeah.
Like, and then
I mean, it doesn't even have to be the crown jewels. Like, if you had a gold bar, you could get rid of that if it's not stamped, I guess. But like any kind of like diamonds or jewels, like remember Reservoir Dogs when they got that's the first thing they asked when they said he was like, we're gonna take down a diamond like facilities. Like, you got a way to move the stones? Like, that's the first question. Like then what? You know, because you can have a big pile of diamonds. Then we're gonna enjoy how they look.
Yeah,
yeah, like you just put them in a bowl in your entryway.
Mission.
Yeah, throw in a fish tank.
Really high end watches have serial numbers on them. You know, they would be tough to move. Certainly, legitimately, you're not selling a fucking Richard Mille legitimately if you've stolen it. But if you've got some kind of international, you know, black market, whatever connection. There's definitely somebody somewhere shady that will happily give you 50% of market value for your sketchy stolen.
Right now, Russia's the ticket for those black market items. You find someone to buy those crown jewels from you. Yeah. And Kyle, you mentioned a gold bar. If it was stamped being hard, couldn't you just remelt it?
Yeah.
Oh, then that seems like a really easy workaround.
Yes. Well, you just want to get that stamp off first, so they don't see that. They see that swastika, they start making calls.
You just got to buff it out, dude. This will buff right out, like no problem.
Just put my own name in it afterwards.
Have you ever? I like those old history documentaries.
Good to know. He likes old history documentaries. I actually knew that already.
Well, what do you like about them?
You know, Cal used to be this great storyteller, and now he just begins sentences and doesn't finish them.
All right.
You
Kyle,
back?
we
Come back.
lost you.
Yeah,
you're back
1,
now.
2, 3.
What? Yes, you're good.
I like those. I enjoy old history documentaries.
I was watching something about Nazi gold. You know, toward the end of World War II, when they started seeing things weren't going to go so well, they started hiding a lot of their loot and plunder, and they had stolen a lot of the gold from other countries when they invaded Poland and France, and just smelted it and like stamped it with the Nazi stuff. I wonder if that's out there somewhere in some cave or some mine or something. Because just the other day, I think off the coast of South America, they found some pirate ship with some enormous amount of bullion on it. Like those, wouldn't it be cool to be a treasure hunter?
That's what I would. Nazi gold. Yeah.
Would finding Nazi gold, like would finding it with a swastika or like a iron cross or whatever, that would make it more valuable probably, because now you got gold and it's old and historic.
My guess would be that you
could probably sell it to a rich Nazi.
I think there's probably going to be. I think the country that you find it in is going to want to get their hands on that gold. I think there's different rules around the world for what treasure hunting is. And what percentage you get to keep, because I remember
pretty fucked up. Like there shouldn't be rules for treasure hunting.
No, some guys found like 25 million of gold in a pirate wreck years back, and I always said, like, why didn't they just take it back home and smelt it down and sell it? Instead, they like informed the government, and the government took a substantial portion of it.
What an asshole! Yeah, keep that. It's like finders keepers rules. Absolutely. For if you can't apply finders keepers to sea gold, then it doesn't exist another in 2022.
Yeah, I think I'm a bit of an amateur treasure
and that's
hunter.
Joe Biden's America. We can't get any sea gold anymore.
I had a car. I ordered a Porsche, and it went down on a fucking boat. Did you guys hear about the Felicity?
We watched it burn. I watched it burn
on your show since then. That was in February. So they are building me a new car, and it should be here in a couple weeks, which is great. But I was contacted by a guy who claimed to be a commercial diver and wanted to organize some kind of expedition to go down to the boat, which is in 3,000 meters of water, by the way. After a 4-day lithium fire, it went down, a mile and 2 miles almost in the bottom of the ocean. And he sent me this email that was so bananas. He's like, and he wanted me to fund this expedition, by the way. A car I was not responsible for in any way. I didn't pay anything for it, didn't make the insurance claim. And he's like, what I need is 100,000 American dollars, and we will have 20 men, $1,000 per day per man, plus 15,000 for the ship fuel. And we will go down with lift bags, and we will bring up these supplies. And I'm like, dude, what are you gonna bring up? Bunch of fucking melted steel and moldy ass saltwater leather. Like, there's nothing left.
The remains of a crew member. Like,
have you ever heard of Operation Azorian?
No, what's that?
Sounds fun.
So a Russian sub went down, and we found it before they did. And we didn't want to raise
remember this now. Yeah.
But we couldn't send the Navy in to start recovery efforts because then the Russian Navy might show right up. There's this big standoff, and we're both trying to get the sub. We wanted to keep it secret that we'd found it. So they got Howard Hughes. The CIA did. The CIA calls Howard Hughes, and they're like, we got a real caper we want you to be part of. We're going to
put down the piss bottle. Come help.
We're going to pretend like you inexplicably built a ridiculous boat. We're going to say it's yours, and we'll do a whole press tour. But really, we're going to use this giant craft to secretly raise a Russian submarine from the bottom of the ocean. And Howard Hughes was like, deal, let's do it. And so they built this giant craft, and there was publicity about, Howard Hughes with another one of his silly capers. And meanwhile,
that's a good mid-Atlantic accent.
They sit down those like grappling arms or something.
Yeah.
The sub tore like a quarter of it fell off as they were bringing it up, but they got 3/4 of a secret nuclear Russian submarine with all of its code books and armament and the materials that the outside of those things is made of is top secret. So it was a real boon.
Oh, that's cool.
That's pretty embarrassing.
Movie
that we
about
found it first. They did something in there. I would tell them immediately.
How is there not a movie about this? There's got to be a fucking movie, right? No,
there should be. There's not nearly enough
submarine fucking movies. James Cameron. He's ready to go on some shit like that.
I think there's a good documentary. I think it's a good documentary, but I don't
Station
remember.
Zebra.
Man, that's why it didn't do well.
I gotta find that. Space Station Zebra. I gotta see this.
Oh, speaking of ice stations, this is so different, Kyle. But
oh my god, look at this movie.
And Woody were talking. And I was saying how The Thing, the John Carpenter movie, is probably my favorite horror thriller ever. The Thing is my number one. What is there anything similar to that you can think of? Because I would love a movie similar to The Thing, but I couldn't think of anything off the top of my head. Like that intense whodunit. They look like people.
Oh, Invasion of the Body Snatchers with Donald Sutherland, the classic, when he goes like that whole thing.
I've seen that. I liked that.
Okay, I don't know. With the I like that.
Where you can't tell who's who and their bodies change, like
paranoia.
Maybe, Captain Marvel.
Captain Marvel. No,
don't fucking do that.
They're shape shifting in that.
Yeah, I like Marvel, and I skipped that.
I was fucking.
I'm trying to think. I'm really struggling. No, I can't think of anything off the top of my head. There's a sequel that they made a prequel rather, with like Mary Winstead or whatever her name is, the chick with the nice ass from Fargo. It's okay.
Nice ass from Fargo.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The TV show.
Mary Elizabeth Winstead. Google Mary Elizabeth Winstead ass and Fargo, and then you'll get she stands up in a bathtub to like distract an intruder, and you see her butt. Yeah, it's real nice.
Okay.
Oh, her. Oh yeah, right. Can we just mention real quick that Ice Station Zebra, the movie about that? This is the most 70s movie fucking ever, starring Rock Hudson, Ernest Borgnine, Patrick McGoohan, and Jim Brown. That is some 70s ass action right there.
What's Jim Brown gonna do? What's he gonna do?
I mean, he's dressed like a fucking Arctic sniper with goggles on and a long rifle in this particular.
I don't know what that's gonna have to do with getting the wrecked submarine, but
in this logo here in the top of the DVD cover, it shows a submarine with the front fucking schnoz missing. So you're spot on there with the front falling off.
Yep.
All right. How about that? You guys see Top Gun?
No,
I haven't seen it yet, but I really want to. I've been moving.
You didn't see fucking Top Gun yet?
I've been moving.
I haven't seen the first one.
Week. I haven't been able to see it, but I really
it was good.
Everybody says it's good. It's made a ton of money. I think Tom Cruise might have single-handedly just completely rejuvenated the United States film industry.
I think so.
Dude,
that
apparently it blew the pants off the other movies.
Yeah.
Well, it's not even that. It's that it's his biggest movie ever. Like Tom Cruise had his biggest movie ever this year.
A billion.
It did $1 billion.
Office. Yeah.
I was just saying, like, it came out at times with other movies that you would think would be big, and I saw some chart, and it's like not even any two movies put together that are out right now are sniffing. Like,
what is it about Tom Cruise?
Of what they have?
90% of movies, like, I don't need to go to a theater to see any of that shit. But like, but for this, like, I was like, this is probably worth my time in the theater. And actually, if you've got access to an IMAX, it's worth that. It's worth spending the $25 on the IMAX ticket because it's pretty fucking boss. I mean, did you see the Cinejet that they used to film all this stuff?
No, I avoided I saw one teaser like 2 years ago where he was like going fast and it was his face. And I was like, all right, I'm going to watch that when it comes out, but I don't want to know anything. So I haven't watched it.
No, like the Cinejet is the camera plane that they use to film the aerial stuff. And it's the fucking fighter jet with gimbals on it. It's the coolest camera rig ever invented in history. And it was, are we about to get a picture of the Cinejet? Yeah. I mean, it's the dopest shit ever. And the Cinejet's Instagram account is pretty fire. I recommend following. But just, I mean, they managed to not fuck up the sequelness. They made a coherent story that makes sense. It could have been Dumb and Dumber 2. It could have been, but instead it was a storyline that made sense with some subtle throwbacks to the original. And I mean, really, it was just the aerial stuff was just far and away the best aerial flying scenes ever recorded. It was really, really cool. And the actors, because now they have IMAX cameras that are small, they had multiple camera angles inside of aircraft, so all the actors are actually in the planes doing fucking maneuvers while acting. It's pretty boss. I recommend. But what was interesting about it, you said it's single-handedly saving the movie theaters, is that not only were there like 40 minutes of previews, but there were advertisements for movie theaters in general. Like literally like go to the theater, like advertisements. Like this movie is exclusively needs to be seen on the big screen. Like so many, like 3 or 4 of them ads just for the concept of theaters. That's how bad they're struggling.
No, I like the theater. I used to go all the time. I don't remember which one I chose, but I had some kind of a Cinepass or something where I just paid some stupid huge amount of money for this card. And then I got all the snacks and popcorn I ever wanted for free. And I just walked in and just went to any movie I wanted. And I used to go to 3 or 4. I used to live near Buford, Georgia. And they've got a really nice IMAX there at the Mall of Georgia. And so I would go to 3 or 4 or 5 a week. I would watch shit I didn't even want to see. But and this between the pandemic and my probation, like I haven't really done any. I haven't gone to the theaters in a long time. It was the fucking Avengers movie. That was the last time before I went to prison. Was the last time I went to the movies.
Does probation affect movie theaters somehow? Are you not allowed to go to movies?
So the thing is,
maybe you've already talked about this. If you have, I'm sorry.
It's just that while I was on probation, I was trying to be so careful to not get any complicating charges. I was really scared that I might get in a fight if I was out in public or like anything, like when you're waiting on a judge to decide between 0 time and 6 months time and a fine of $0 to 50,000. Man, it would be great if you walked in there and you hadn't done shit for the last 2 years, but be cool. But if you go in there and they're like, oh, he actually got into a fracas at the AMC and he beat up a ticket terror. Oh, well, let's give him 6 months. So I was just so afraid that I literally hid. I was afraid to drive. I was going to get a speeding ticket or something. I was really afraid of getting into any kind of trouble.
That's crazy. I get it. Yeah, that's crazy though. I don't know what it's like to be like, well, I don't want to go to a movie theater because I might get into a fight with somebody. I can't relate to that.
Yeah.
It's never happened. I've never been like, I better not get into a fight with someone today.
Yeah.
But okay.
If you have really different opinions about Top Gun in the lobby afterwards, where you're like, that was great. And some guy's like, I hate Tom Cruise so much. And then you get
something could go wrong. I finally got all of my shit moved today. It has been
finally.
So I procrastinated and I moved my entire house in 2 days by myself with no help. And it might be the greatest achievement that I have ever done. I moved tens of thousands of pounds of shit in the last 2 days. Like
proud of you.
That entire gym. I couldn't have done this before I started on TRT and started pumping iron. Old Kyle would have died yesterday. By yourself? I moved the whole gym.
He moved his whole gym.
Oh my God.
1,500 pounds of steel alone, like just weight plates. 1,500 pounds of weight plates, an entire like power tech like trainer machine, an entire like squat rack, barbells, and then my whole goddamn house, right? Like multiple bedrooms, couches. You ever moved an 85-inch fucking TV by yourself?
I don't know how you could do that.
Trying to do that, actually, I literally
like a man
my spine doing that in college and had to have surgery. It was fucked up.
Damn.
Yeah, one of those big old cabinet TVs with like wood grain. Like,
that weighed 3,000 pounds. Yeah,
the pre-flat screen era.
Later, I'm gonna pick up this TV that's to my left, and I'm gonna stand on some scales with it because it's so heavy that it hurts my fingers to hold it. Like,
is it like an old boob tube CRT TV?
It's a 1080p flat screen that's 72 inches, so it's about this thick. It's not, now they're like fucking they're like a piece of cardboard thick.
Yeah, and they cost more like, dude, just go buy a new TV is like $180 right now. Those TVs are literally not worth the materials they're made of anymore.
Only thing that's priced reasonably right now.
First of all, you're 100% right. TVs have shockingly continued to like drop in value. But the thing is, I bought this TV for $6,000 8 years ago. There's nothing wrong with it. And it is not my primary TV. I'm going to hang it on the wall of my office and like have like CNN playing in the background on it. Like it's not a primary TV. It's not even my bedroom TV. It's my fourth TV. But I can't.
It's just not.
Bring myself.
Can't get rid of it.
I can't throw it away.
Price value. Yeah.
I paid $6,000 for it.
Yeah.
That is a wild total for a TV.
Dude, my parents have a vacation house that we built in 2002. We finished in South Carolina. And one of the things they got, it's a nice house. It's not totally extravagant, but it's nice. But one of the things they got was the very first plasma. It was NEC, like the computer monitor company made it. It wasn't even made by like Sony. It was NEC. And it was the 60-inch plasma. It was $22,000.
I can tell the same story, dude.
Jesus Christ!
My parents have a house. It's in Celebration, right? If people don't know Celebration, it's a nice.
What's the name of a place?
Yeah, Disney World made a subdivision, and it is Celebration. Yeah. And the house isn't like super extravagant or anything, but it's like for what it is, it's done nice. Like it's a nice example of a small home, and they got one of the first plasmas. I forget if it was 52 or 55 inches, but plasmas were unheard of at this point. And they mounted it on the wall, not even in the wall, but on it, and put like crown molding around it. And the whole room kind of did up. It was $25,000 for this 52-inch television. And it seemed worth it. Like a neighbor walked in, and this is what he said. He saw it, and he goes, "Oh, I am erect. I have a new life goal," is what he said. Yeah, I mean, it was stunning to see it at the first time. Yeah, now it's commonplace.
The government commandeered all of them. The 60-inch. It was Iraq war, and they commandeered them and shipped them to Iraq for the war rooms. And so we got a loaner TV. They gave us a 50 for like a year until they could catch up.
2003?
2002, 3, like whatever. It was the beginning of Iraq War, whatever it was, 2003, I guess. And we got a loaner TV for like a year, and then they finally sent us the 60, and it just made me think about like what happened to those hundreds of TVs later. Like, were people just like going home with their camo and their duffel bag?
Yeah, absolutely, 60? They were. They do probably with stuff like that. The Army doesn't give a fuck. I remember I knew somebody who was importing Barrett 50 cows that had been used in Afghanistan, and they were shot to shit. They were like had been desert used, and they all had desert camo, and they were selling them by the shipping container full.
Oh my!
Like 10,000 Barretts at a time, or something like some absurd amount. And they were like, they're like, yeah, almost none of them work, but you'll have enough parts to build yourself 5 or 6 for every 8 or 10 you get. And we were seriously looking at buying like a pile of Barretts at one point because it might be a good business idea.
A pile of them.
So I could definitely
not even specific unit numbers.
You know, I didn't know that. So the first one I think I saw like a nice plasma screen was probably 2003. It was 2003. I had no idea they were that expensive though. I just thought,
yeah,
wow, that's cool.
Yeah,
like it was at a prom party, and I don't want to say exactly too much about the man who owned the house, but he had done some illegal things in his past, maybe, and had tons and tons of money, and I was like, oh, so that okay, this is, they weren't kidding.
Yeah,
$20,000 for that TV though. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it was 20. And actually, in fairness, it was made really well. My parents had that TV on the wall until probably 2 years ago. Like it was like it lasted a long fucking time, and it was like fine actually for a really long time.
Well, we're like plasmas were the ones where it's like, oh, I watched a show with too much green palette in it for too long. Now there's I watched The Simpsons for too long. Now there's a lot of yellow spaces all over the background.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. So
do you guys remember those fabric screen TVs?
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Where you got mad and threw something at it, it would go right through that shit.
Yeah, it was the biggest screen I'd seen at the time, probably like 50 inches. But I remember my grandparents had one of those fabric screens in the mid 90s when I was a kid, and like thinking that was like, oh, let me link it. I found.
We had one that was like a vinyl screen almost.
But that's a magnifying glass. Okay,
you could push.
So that vinyl, that vinyl is the biggest magnifying glass you will ever lay your hands on. It was so powerful, my parents took it away from me. It was. I took one out of a 50 or 55 inch TV that was like junked out. One of the old box ones that was as thick as it was wide, and it was so powerful you could instantly start fires. It was scary.
Like you guys remember this? So like you could
like
put
the
your
one
thumb,
I lifted and hurt my back lifting. It was
10,000 pounds, but and like the one my grandparents, this looks nicer. They like had the one that had like all that wood paneling on the side, and like you could take your thumb and kind of put it on the side and like feel like I could put my thumb like the weakest trampoline screen you could imagine, like you could just punch your thumb through it if you wanted to. And I remember like thinking that was. Like I'd be watching like fucking Ren and Stimpy or whatever on this and thinking like I was a classy individual.
Man,
like, this is how adults watch Power Rangers, by the way. On a screen.
This was when we played N64 GoldenEye. This was the move.
Yeah,
the quadrants. It was the fucking shit for that thing.
Oh yeah. Just nothing but fights over screen peeking in 007 GoldenEye. Yeah, that was great.
Now it's all about you got to have the movie. You got to have the movie theater if you want to go next level. Like that. Oh, dude, Woody, there's that community you were talking about by Disney World.
Right.
There's a house for sale. I think it's in there. They were describing it as being like on the grounds of Disney World, which I'm guessing is what this was. And it has the fucking Millennium Falcon movie theater in it. Like it's the whole movie theater looks like you're in the Millennium Falcon. It's pretty fucking bad shit. Yeah.
I like those home theaters. Those are especially when they have a cool theme. I like when they have a variety of themes, though. I went to the home theater Reddit a while back just to look.
Oh, I bet it gets really weird really quick, doesn't it?
Very true. Because some of the guys you can tell they just love movies, and like you'll walk in and it's like there's Goodfellas, there's some Capote movie, there's this old fucking classic, here's Jurassic Park, one of their personal favorites, and then other guys it'll be this where it's like, I have a theater room and there's nothing about it other than one franchise. It's just about Star Wars or it's just about Harry Potter. Yeah, and it's like, come on, man, you're simplifying too much here.
Yeah,
that's
It's a nice house. Yeah, the Millennium Falcon thing's a little bit overkill. Did you ever see you know Tony Stewart is the racing driver? You ever heard of Tony Stewart? He was at NASCAR.
Yeah, of course.
He sold his house a couple months ago, and it was like you look his basement was like, oh my god, this guy likes to gamble so much. It's like one of those setups where you have like 20 TVs on the wall, and it's just like set up for sports gambling. Like you're fucking down there like crushing rails, being like, fucking come on, like
just gacked out of your mind.
Like operating as a bookie.
Out. You've got $30,000 on the women's softball championship.
it looks exactly like a fucking Bass Pro Shop.
I'm looking at that picture with a I can smell it. Glare underground.
You know that Bass.
I can smell
that Bass Pro Shop
I like
smell?
that high ceiling.
Yes.
Why does Bass Pro Shop have its own smell?
I don't know.
It's by design, man.
We all know that
they want
smell.
you coming back.
Big Bass is
that was my favorite place to go as a kid.
Over your
second, like maybe second to Toys R Us. But if we were going to Bass Pro Shop, that meant that our local gun store didn't have what we needed. We had, or we needed like black powder or we needed. God damn it, those deer were coming right at us. All right, you need
all right, I stay correct.
Invasive.
Dude, there's like one of those kind of sketchy, you know, like we buy guns places around the corner from my shop. And I was with my friend who was in from out of town, and he was like, I want to go in there. And I was like, oh, all right. Yeah, like that sounds interesting. Like, sure, I've never been into one of those, but like, let's go in there. Oh, is that the Zach? Is that the headline? The internet is comparing it to a Bass Pro Shop. That's very funny. And we went in this place, and it was like, it wasn't just guns, it was like antique like Ottoman Empire shit.
Oh, that's
like
neat.
Stuff from India, and like this dude was like an encyclopedia of these crazy vintage guns. And some of them were very beautiful, and some were like, I can't believe they thought that would work. But I really was like, I could see the appeal of collecting these 200-year-old guns. It was actually kind of interesting.
Yeah, for sure. Same appeal as collecting a sword.
Are you into firearms at all already?
You know, I'm not I mean, I am in the same way I'm into watches and cars and stuff like that. I'm not like establishing an arsenal because I think someone's coming to get me. And I don't like the idea of carrying a gun around, but I definitely do see the appeal. And my father and I hunt birds together.
I have
we have
seen some. I should say I've been privileged enough to see some like absurd collections of guns. Like
oh, you would be the guy, wouldn't you?
Yeah, like because I would often be flying into a place to meet with a guy who owns his own firearms company, and he wants me to shoot his gun in a video, and he'd be like, let me show you my private collection. And these private collections, so Knight's Armament is a really big company in Florida. And Trey Knight was nice enough to let me come down there. He owns the company. And his father owns it, and he owns it with him. Anyway, his collection is by far the most absurd thing I've ever seen. You know, Space Coast down there where they've got like those huge facilities? They made 2 of those, and he's got the other one. He has that much.
I'm sorry.
Of a facility.
Has what? Like a space shuttle warehouse?
No, yeah, pretty much.
Is that what we're talking about right now? We're talking about a space shuttle hangar this guy's got.
When you go to like look around the facilities and look at his collection, you don't walk. You have to ride a golf cart. You have to ride a golf cart
out of here.
through the tank collection, past the Jeep collection, past the artillery collection, out to the bunkers, the old school Air Force silo bunkers that are under dirt outside that are full of explosives of every kind you can imagine. And then, of course, he has the first AR-15 that was ever made, the first M16, the early prototypes that Stoner made. He owns all of that stuff, everything Stoner ever made, all of the very early Vietnam stuff, sequential serial numbers, like displayed on the wall with like documentaries about each one playing on a screen next to them.
Oh, wow. That's very great. Is it open as a museum?
I think that was the plan, to open some of it.
It's weird to run a documentary on a screen in your private collection. Like, when you can stop and watch the doc as you're cruising through.
I don't know if they ever opened it up, but I remember that being like a plan that some of it would be viewable. I doubt he'd want people like touring.
You know what it could be? There's a very excellent scam. The 501c3 nonprofit collection museum scam, which I am not party to, but I was told I should get on this bandwagon, which is where you can declare a collection or a storage facility a museum and not pay taxes on any of it. But the rule is that it has to be open to the public for at least 1 hour per month. Now, you do not need to publicize anywhere that it is open for that hour. And that hour can be any time of the day, any day of the week. But if during that hour someone shows up and wants to come in, you have to sell them a ticket and let them in. And it is the fucking shadiest scam ever. And if I had a giant collection of shit like this guy had, I'd probably know about that law.
I mean, that's a good little deal.
So he kind of so he had like this sequential in order kind of stuff, but then there's this guy in Vegas. I think he owns a magazine called Submachine Gunner magazine or something like that. He owns one of the bigger firearms magazines amongst other things, and he had like scary stuff. Like he had all these CIA lipstick guns, like cases full of them, like not one or two, like 30 of them in different colors and every variation and size that they ever made. And he was like, yeah, these were made by the CIA, and they could like pull it back and you let go and it fires like a 32 caliber bullet. And it's integrally, it's suppressed on the inside. So you can be in a restaurant and go thunk and just keep walking and nobody.
That's kind of cool. I saw a collection like that at the FBI. Like I did like the FBI tour in Washington, DC, and they have a big ass gun room with crazy spy shit like that. That was pretty neat. I don't think they'd allow you in there, Kyle.
No, not anymore. Well, I mean, they've already done my background check and it came up bad. So the answer is no. Nice. That guy also had movie guns. He had he had Gatling guns, like the old school with the
those are cool.
Like with the crank
4570, the 4570, like that, like coming down.
Like what kills Tom Cruise in The Last Samurai?
Yes, like that. He had miniguns, and he had
my sunglasses sponsor, Dylan Optics. They have a division that makes miniguns. Dylan Aero. They mount the miniguns on helicopters in Arizona.
I've shot one of them.
Same company.
That's awesome.
Yeah, they're fucking crazy.
I think I shot one of theirs, and I shot a different one that was actually the prop gun they used in the Matrix movie when Keanu's shooting out of the helicopter. That's the one I shot at at a lake one time. That was neat. I learned that after the fact. That was cool.
We've got really like shotguns. Like my old man's into the kind of like English, wood and fucking scroll work kind of.
They're beautiful.
Shot. Yeah, we just did 2 weeks ago. We were in Uruguay shooting birds. We went down there to shoot doves and to shoot pardis, which is like a quail. Very delicious, very tasty.
Nice.
The doves are really crazy because it's like they're like a pest down there, so they really want you to kill a lot of them. And so you line up against this, fence line with a case of shells and two guns, and you swap them off and you shoot like, 200 birds in 90 minutes. It's fucking crazy. The amount of birds. Yeah, it's pretty brutal, actually.
It's a bloodbath.
Yeah. It is.
They have no chance.
It is. And I'm not actually that into like the killing part of it. Like I actually like the pardis because I like going out with the dogs in the fields. Like that's pretty cool to me. But there were some guys at this lodge who were like real into the mass slaughter of these doves.
They're like, no, I'm not even hungry. I'm going home. Let them rot.
Yeah, well, you could eat like 10 doves for dinner. There's so little meat on those things.
Yeah,
so it's not really worth the effort. Woody, talk to me about microdosing.
I've been waiting to talk to you about microdosing. All this stuff.
All right,
try not to interrupt, dude. So last week on the show, I guess I opened up a little bit about like, just not having a lot of joy in my life and no good reason, right? I've got a lot of things going right. A lot of people would trade places with me. Why the fuck aren't I happier? And the guest is like, you should microdose, bro. It will just flip your happy switch and change things up. And that's kind of where the idea was planted. So you're microdosing now?
Yeah. So I, I've always had like body image stuff. I look in the mirror and I don't really like myself. Like I have a objectively great life, right? I have a great job that most people would fucking kill for. I don't have any financial issues. I don't have a lot of like external real stresses. I mean, I work really hard, but and I work long hours, but I enjoy what I do. So it's not, objectively there shouldn't be any reason, but I don't always feel so good. I feel sad. I have self-image issues. And so, my physician, who doesn't really know me that well, I see him once a year and he looks at a chart, but he's a nice guy and he means well. And so I quit smoking weed a year ago in August, and I hadn't smoked weed. And what happened when I quit smoking weed was, Kyle, we're talking about microdosing. And when I quit smoking weed, I started drinking a lot more wine. And I fucking love wine. I love wine like I love watches, cars, and other kind of shit. I want to try the new wines, and I don't think I'm an alcoholic. I wasn't getting sloppy drunk. But I put on like 40 pounds from drinking all this fucking wine since I stopped smoking pot. And so that made me feel really depressed that I was getting fat off of this wine. Plus wine is a depressant in itself. So my physician was like, you need to be on antidepressants. And I was like, I know you're a professional, but I don't really think I need to be on antidepressants. And he goes, and I see a therapist once a week. I have been seeing a therapist for like 10 years, but they've never prescribed me anything. So he goes, I want you to see a psychiatrist. And he kind of threw some shade at my therapist. He's like, a psychiatrist is like a therapist with a medical degree. And I was like, ooh, burn. But so I went to see this kind of hoity-toity psychiatrist in Beverly Hills. And he's pretty well known. I looked the guy up. There's a lot of media about him in the past. And we did a 2-hour session where I went through my whole fucking life under the premise of this physician says that he thinks I need to be medicated. And I don't necessarily think that's the case. But here's my life. Here's how I feel. Here's who I am. And at the end of it, he goes, I don't think you need to be medicated. He goes, people who need to be medicated have a chemical imbalance that causes their moods to be certain ways, and that balance can be fixed with medication. He goes, you don't have a chemical imbalance. What you have is a self-image problem. And he goes, that is like learned. That's not like that's not a chemical thing. That's something that you taught yourself to hate yourself. And he goes, you need a reset of your baseline. And he goes, have you ever considered microdosing? And I said, no, I'm familiar with the concept. I ate a lot of mushrooms in college, but I did it to trip balls, not to microdose,
not for mental health.
and so I hadn't really thought, I hadn't given it much thought. And he goes, look, I can't legally prescribe you psilocybin, but you seem like a resourceful guy. Yeah. I recommend you look into this because I think it could help. And people that have PTSD or certain types of depression or trauma are often very helped by microdosing. And so, okay. So I found I did some reading and I found myself some mushrooms and I did 2 days on, 2 days off for a month. And I simultaneously quit drinking wine for the month.
Did you come up with that schedule, or is that like?
Yeah, there's not an exact schedule. Some people do it 5 days on, 2 days off. Some people do it every day. Some people alternate days.
How much?
It's like 100 to 150 micrograms.
Oh, okay.
It's not a lot.
Okay.
You're not supposed to feel anything. If you actually feel them, you are eating too much.
Taking too much. Okay.
Yeah, and so it's a very small amount. Like a quote dose is 1.5 grams, and this is like a hundredth of that. So it's
It's not a tenth. Am I wrong?
Is that a tenth micrograms? Yeah,
sure.
I'm sorry. You're right. It's a tenth. I apologize.
Okay.
Fucking metric system.
Yeah, it's incalculable.
Yeah, no, it's 100 to 150 micrograms is the dose. So, the combination of not drinking for a month and doing the microdosing. Now, I did them at the same time, so I couldn't really credit the microdosing 100%, but I really did start to feel a lot better. And
over what period of time? Over the month, or by day 2? Were you like?
No, not by day 2, but like by the second or third week, I really did notice a difference.
Okay.
And I just stopped having these kind of self-defeatist thoughts. I didn't get like super cheery, but I did start to feel better. And so since then, I couldn't keep off alcohol 100% because I do like wine once in a while. So now I have wine one night a week, maybe 2, but really more like 1. And I've continued. I did a month off of the microdosing after that, and now I've gone back, and I found out that in Oakland, California, it's legal. I mean, psilocybin is legal, so you can buy, just like you can legal weed here. Really well science made psilocybin stuff. So I've got gummies, I've got like liquid mushrooms, so I don't have to actually find mushrooms. And eat them. Yeah.
Back when you were doing it the underground way, is there a scale that does micrograms? Did you have to go out and buy a special microgram?
Amazon. It was like $25. Yeah.
Because I don't think my food scale does micrograms.
No, it's like there's just, if you just like type like microgram scale, like you'll get a digital scale that'll do it. Yeah. Yeah.
And then did you
like $20?
Do you kind of grind it and then put it in?
You can grind it, or you can just break off little pieces. Like the range, it was 100 to 150. So I would just break off little pieces until I got into the range.
Okay, so it's not so small. It's like 6 pieces of
salt.
No.
It's not that small. It's like I don't think like pencil eraser sized.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you can break it off with your hands or like a small scissor.
Yeah, just target 125-ish or something, a little high, a little low.
Yeah, and I made a little list. So it was like day 1, 112 grams. Day 2, 100.
You just down it like a pill.
Yeah,
kind of like some water and
some water. Yeah.
Okay.
When you said microdosing, I thought you were going to talk about LSD. I didn't think it was going to be much.
No, psilocybin. Some people do it with LSD. Also, I don't fucking know.
Have you ever done LSD?
I have in college, like 20 years ago. I haven't in a very long time.
I got an Uber today. I was returning the U-Haul, and traffic was bad, so we ended up chatting for a while. And he was like, "Yeah, man, I used to be in the disco scene," and and he started talking about.
That's a funny way to open up about drugs.
Well, we were already well into the drug talk, but now it was time to talk about acid. So he had to introduce that in its own way, and he talked about all the people he saw. He talked about all the like huge bands he saw live, and like what an experience AC/DC was on like 3 hits of acid in the 70s or whenever the fuck it was.
Oh my God, that's fucking intense.
Dude was rad. He was a gray hair, like maybe 65, like big gray beard, and like fit. I don't know. When I got out of the car, he's like, "Well, I'm gonna miss you. You were fun to talk to."
You're like, check out my YouTube channel, bro.
I get his numbers. You made a friend.
I mean,
you made a microdosing buddy.
I sent him.
He seems like a
that guy's the plug, dude. That guy's got the hookup for sure. I went to
he was
4
puffing
nights
on
Pearl
something
Jam in May, and I ate some Molly at one of them, and it was fucking lightful.
I've never done that.
Oh, Molly's the greatest. I mean, it is the greatest.
I did it in college a couple times, and it was a lot of fun.
It's just it just makes everything fucking awesome.
I took a decent amount of Molly. Like Skrillex was like really huge at the time. In like 2010, I was in college, and he was the guy.
Bang,
he came to Mizzou, and like me and all my buddies were rolling on Molly, and like it was the most fun concert I've ever attended in my life. Like, you know, like you see the front stage and there's the big horde of people having a great time dancing, doing whatever, and then there's those absolute lunatics who are tweaking over to the side, just dancing on their own. I was that guy. I was that guy up in the front, not even cognizant. Like, people,
do you get
like,
rough?
Remember to drink water. No, not rough and fit. You're just enjoying the music, enjoying the vibes. You're doing your own thing.
Oh, I just meant you in particular. I just feel like, especially the you of today, I feel like you could be a rowdy gentleman in the midst of like a mosh pit or something somewhere. Like you'd be that guy who could really launch somebody.
No, I'm not a mosh pit person. Like this was more of an everybody having fun. And I was off to the side dancing with a few other people who had taken too many drugs. I can't
imagine the combination of Molly and moshing. I don't think
that would
Molly
be too aggressive.
Provides the right energy for moshing. You need an angst that Molly wouldn't let happen.
I moshed once. It was Warped Tour 2008. Got pickpocketed and never did it again. $50 is a lot in high school.
Dude, moshing got out of hand. I went to some fucking metal show in high school, and someone was in the mosh pit in golf cleats. And I was like, oh, wow, you're like actually here to hurt somebody. Like, okay, I think I'm done with this now.
Yeah, that guy's a real piece of shit. Like, not even there to like buck up against someone. He's there to like break someone's toe. Sneakily. What a piece of shit.
Yeah.
You were talking about feeling down.
Moshing just does not appeal.
You were talking about feeling down. One thing that always like makes my day is like just being nice to people. I've started trying to do at least one nice thing for somebody every day, like a genuinely nice thing. Go out of my way. When I returned the U-Haul today, instead of a quarter tank, I put a half a tank of gas in there. So the next person gets credit for like it's like $50 that I just kind of paid the next person. So like that's my thing today. Yeah, and I'm feeling good about it.
My cousin walks around Venice Beach, and we have a lot of homeless people in Venice Beach, as everybody fucking knows, because it's something that everyone talks about. And she gives out a 20 a day every day.
Really?
She makes good money. It doesn't really mean much to her to give out a 20 a day, but she every single day gives a homeless person a 20. And she said it's unbelievable what it does for her mood. Yeah.
I gave out $20 to someone in trouble just recently. And here's what happened. So I'm walking and this guy comes up to me and he says, "Hey, my wife is right there. She's across the street waving, right?" And he says, "My car has trouble and I need some money to get this car fixed. I'm a couple hours from home and I'm really in a jam. Can you please help me?" And I don't know, something about him not being so homeless, just a guy in trouble, seemed even more appealing to me. And so then he's
got something to lose.
He takes out this wad of cash. He's like, "Look, I have $240 already," and he's fanning out all this money. He's like, "You're
not really selling it, buddy."
He's like, "I'm almost there. I'm almost towards getting this part. I need to fix my car." I forget what he said it was. And then I can fix this and I'll be on my way. And this will be like, you'll get my, he didn't say you'll get my life back on track, but like, that was like the thing. Like I'm in a tough spot right now and I'm close. And I'm like, I feel like I'm being suckered. This reminds me of Boston with the guy with the one giant hand who's like, "I got a giant hand, give me money." And I did, but I think I did as well. I don't know.
Yeah, he's got a giant hand. He's going to kill you.
I think he got one huge hand. It was like not the size of a human hand.
It didn't work right. It was
and he needed to get medical care immediately for this enormous hand. And I'm like, "Oh yeah, you do." And he would just
that didn't happen today, buddy.
I don't know. Anyway, so this guy had this elaborate story and he had all this money already. And I gave him the $20 and he didn't say how much he needed. He just said he needed a little more. So I gave him 20, which, I mean, maybe I'm an asshole, but I thought that was like towards the generous side of giving money to strangers. That's my limit, right? I don't give $100 to people like on the street asking for cash. Yeah. And anyway, so then I gave him the 20. He starts chasing me, right? He starts following me and he's like holding my shoulder, like pulling me back. And I'm like, is this what we're doing today? Are we getting in a fight with a homeless guy today? That's not how I thought my afternoon was going to go.
Is this what we're doing this afternoon? Getting a Hep C test? Okay.
And he's like, I'm almost there. I need 17 more. Like, look, and he shows me like this wad of cash. He just needs $17 more, and he's tugging on my body and my clothes to get the other 17.
All right,
now,
time out. Please, I need more details. Okay. Please. There is a man begging. What does this man describe his physical appearance to me? I got a picture.
Okay, I'm going to call him
the beggar.
44 years old. He was a black guy. He was
facial hair.
Yeah,
if you can't remember it. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it wasn't like a chaos hair or anything like that.
No,
chaos hair.
I'm picturing a
no
white
like deformations.
What did you say, Taylor?
I was saying like no, like he wasn't like handicapped. Like it wasn't like
no. He seemed able-bodied.
Describe his hair.
He had his black person's hair, and it wasn't.
Of course, it was
like tight and and it wasn't like tight and manicured, but it also wasn't like a giant mess.
Did you see the car that needed repair? Was the car present?
I didn't see the car that needed repair, although he did have a wife waving across the street as
describe her
to collaborate his story. She was also somewhere she looked better than homeless, but not put together.
Okay.
Was she wearing a bra?
She was across the street. I wouldn't know.
The no car being visible part is the most curious really thing. Where it's like, where's the fucking? Okay, so all this is for the repairs of what? An ethereal car somewhere else, right?
All right.
Like
we've gotten you off track.
Yeah, so there's cars all over the place. I don't know which one belongs to him.
So did you give him the other 17, or did you?
No, I was like, free? I just told him no firmly, and he didn't take the first. I was like, in my head, he broke the contract. I gave you $20 to stop harassing me. You need to stop harassing me now, not try to up it to 37. That's the contract we have. In his mind, he had a guy on the hook. He had a giver. And he needs to milk all he can from this cow.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I don't want to go full. Matt won't get this boogie 2988 on you or anything, but I could beat this guy up. This guy was smaller than me, and he just
Woody's a humble man, but just so you know, Woody's got years of jiu-jitsu and boxing training, and he's been pumping iron for like 2 years now, and he's literally like jacked like Tom Cruise. Like looking real good.
This guy was.
If this ended with you taking his $240, that would be the twist.
I should have created.
Oh boy!
Yeah.
Not only are you not getting the 17, I'm teaching you a lesson.
You need 200.
Jackie,
now,
good news. We're going to dinner tonight.
Now you're 250 short again.
So yeah, anyway, I kind of just like, I want to say I intimidated him a little bit. Like it was like, no, like you need to back off now, and he did. And that's how the story ended. But yeah, I did not get the same sense of like good vibes and mood lift from giving away $20. I felt like, one, I fell short of his expectations, and two, he fell short of mine. It sucked. I would have been better off just giving him the hard no.
By the way, I feel like you should show off like your updated physique picture, unless you're comfortable doing so. Because is that
one that Zach just showed?
No, that's
a little while ago.
No, he has improved since
that looked like they put Woody's head on some fucking athlete's body.
Oh, Woody looks better than that now.
Woody,
he's added
really.
I almost just sent. I was about to send your picture to Zach to share, but I realized that I should let you do that. But but like your last picture was pretty fucking good.
The one where I'm posing with one arm and you can tell I'm smiling behind the camera.
Yes, I like that. I love how Woody's always smiling behind the camera.
That's a grimace.
Do you take gym selfies? Are you that guy?
We all take selfies. All right.
I take daily progress pictures.
You do?
To be honest, I didn't think this was that great a picture. And when I look at this picture, maybe Matt, you can like empathize with this. I see a fat dude who's not done losing weight. That's what I'm looking at. But Zach, you can share that.
When you look at that, you see a fat dude. I'm gonna go kill myself right now.
Yeah.
I think you need to reset your baseline. If you look at that picture and see a fat dude, you need to be microdosing because you're.
I can get a little better lighting and posing than that. That's not my. I can do better, but
no. You don't need to do better. You need a tan. And I'm not talking about doing that fake like 300 stuff. You literally need to like
300.
If you don't want to like take the cancer risk, because I know you spent your youth on a beach, like you could spray tan. You could spray tan.
I think you're doing pretty good.
Guys, you're not focusing on the funniest part. Look at his face behind the camera. Look at how much, like every
Dude,
I love it.
Happy with
Woody
what's
always
going
sends
on
us
the other
photos
side of the camera.
with his Woody always sends us photos with his camera his phone in front of his face, and he's always cheesing like right just
my
big
theory,
smile, big like a kid at Walmart getting his fucking holiday pictures. Big smile, Woody, big smile. That's so funny.
See, my theory is that's not a smile as much as it is like a grimace. Because whenever I'm like taking these pictures,
I like that he's smiling.
I'm flexing so goddamn hard that it's hard to keep it to not look constipated. like you can either go for happy or angry, and that's it.
It makes me smile. I don't know. The idea of a daily progress picture is hilarious to me. But yeah, this is me.
You should get Jackie to start taking these for you, so that we can get some, like, double biceps. That is
yesterday. Oh yeah.
Well, if you think you're fat in that picture, you definitely need to start.
Look around the belly button. See that?
I mean, all right.
Well, you need to be right here.
Yeah.
You're like 14% body fat. Like it's absurd. 13, 14, somewhere in there. Like it's
clearly
hard to
11
tell
or 12 are the numbers we're aiming for.
And then 9 and 10. And then
10 is where Jackie thinks it doesn't look good anymore.
Yeah, when do you stop having your period?
Not yet.
8.
Is 10 the area of like body fat when you start to look weird, where it goes from like that guy's shredded to like is he sick?
Is he okay?
Yeah. Did he used to be like Mr. Olympia and he's had lymphoma for a bit? Or...
No, for me, when I got like below 10, like after a cardio session or like when I was really pumped up from a workout, I was just like, fuck, you look like a skeleton anatomy book type poster thing in some places. Like I don't have a great like genetic like shape of my body or anything, but like every individual part of it is all right. Well, maybe I do. I'm trying to be humble.
Okay.
You're an all-star, buddy.
But I don't know. It's really when you get below 10, you start looking weird. Yeah, you start looking like people don't normally look. It's very rare that you see a human being who is not 8 or 9% body fat.
It's really the definition transitions from muscle definition to tendon and vein definition because it's like it's maxed out all the good definition of your muscles, and now it's like I don't want to know like how his legs move. Like I don't want to see the mechanics of it. Like
and then I'm drying them out, right? Then I'm cutting all the water out for a whole day and dropping 10 pounds of water, and so everything is just.
Yeah,
the amount of people who appreciate that last couple bit of gains gets really small. It's like the Mont Blanc watch, like up until like 11% or so, guys, girls, everyone is like, that guy looks like a fucking fitness model. And then you get into that guy, he doesn't look like my cup of tea anymore.
Yeah, but Muscle Beach is right up the street from me, and so whenever I walk by, I see that level of fucking crazy going on, and it's.
What do you think about?
Not good.
What do you think about when the vein is like coming up from the crotch, like below the belly button crotch area, when you can see that vein? Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It would be really easy to bleed that person to death.
Do you want that? Like, do you want that, or you're like, oh, I've gone too far. If I can see my groin vein that goes to my like,
I want it because I'm only trying to impress me. Like, I would be very impressed. With
that's what I'm asking. Like, do you want the groin vein?
I do. Yeah, It's really not visible. You have to look carefully, but I have a bicep vein a little bit. And I think most people think a bicep vein's not an attractive feature. But I love
I look for that. In every man I look at. Yeah.
I would argue that it's like the Mont Blanc watch, right? Where most people are like, oh, he's got veins on his bicep, like he's maybe gone too far. And but I just saw the hint of mine coming in, and I was like, oh, I like this. So even though it's just for me.
Is it your femoral artery that runs sort of like on the inside of your legs up toward your groin? on either side.
Yeah.
So
if you can see that, you've gone too far. Back it down.
Oh, I can see that right now. I can feel it right now through jeans. Like,
really? Are you super lean right now? I need more shirtless pictures.
No, that sounds gnarly.
I'm 207 right now. I'm going up. I've gained 3 pounds in the last 2 weeks, I think. This is so just
being in shape mean your weight went up.
Well, see, it doesn't mean
I hate myself.
See, it depends what your version of like being in shape is, though, right? Like I'm trying to gain as much muscle as I can for the next like 3 or 4 months or so, but so that means I have to eat a surplus of calories to build that, which means it comes along with fat. I'm gonna get real fluffy over the next 3 or 4 months, and then I'll spend 3 months beating the shit out of myself, doing cardio and a strict diet. And then cut it all off. It's honestly, it's a really fun process to go through. I don't know. I don't know what else to say. It's really fun to do that, to be really strict with it and treat your body like a chemistry set, because I always preached that sort of like calories in, calories out stuff, but I didn't really have any ground to stand on until I just did it. And we did my weight cut with, pen and paper. Like there was no like magical mumbo jumbo. It was like, all right, you're going to eat 2,800 calories tomorrow. Then we're going to weigh and we'll do the math and we'll figure out what you eat the next day. And it just worked like that all the way down, cutting whatever it was, 40 or 50 pounds at the end.
Jesus.
No, that shit's fun.
It's crazy.
Do you do,
is it?
You're a gentleman of a certain age. Have you considered doing TRT?
No. Should I?
I would recommend getting blood work done and seeing what your current levels are, and then having a doctor figure that out for you.
I have had a testosterone test before, and it is not low.
See,
but
here's
is
the
it
issue.
High?
But you're saying it could be high, and that would be
okay. So it's not low compared to what? A man of
the scale is the problem. So the scale is the problem, and the scale is absurd that they use for testosterone for what's normal for a man. If we were talking about blood pressure, right, there's this really narrow gap that needs to be within, and then there's yellow and orange and red, and it's just right here. It's well defined. With testosterone levels, if you're between 300 and 1,000, you're good. The guy who's at 300 is barely functional, because that's about where I was, 328, like feeling real bummed out, low energy and depressed.
Yeah.
And the guy at 1,000 is borderline a super athlete with his ability to build muscle and recover and have energy,
like
sex,
borderline a
sex
murderer.
drive. no, like he's a Ubermensch. He's on the verge of transcending. Right. And if you go beyond that, which you can do with TRT if your doctor chooses. And another thing
what
about TRT
what is like the you're gonna fucking die level of testosterone? It gets like 1,500.
They've done
2,000.
They've done.
What's the?
I don't know about I don't know the level matters. It would more be how it would tax your organs and what it might do to your cholesterol. But I know that there's been like case studies where they gave guys 500 milligrams a week for extended periods of time, like 9 months or something like that, with no ill effects afterwards.
Yeah.
So you can but TRT is this maintenance dose of testosterone, and the way they dial you in, they're going to put you at like a high T level. There's kind of a joke, a meme on the internet being high T. Well, now you'll literally be high T for all intents and purposes. But
do like regular doctors do this, or do I have to go to some fucking somebody else?
Well, I go to my boy Derek. Not only does he make the best damn cum pills in the world, but he also has a clinic that can evaluate your blood work and hook you up some TRT. I've sent a lot of people his way, and they all seem to like it. That's what I do. They send me testosterone, and I shoot in my arm every day, and it makes
seriously.
Me strong. Yeah, you don't have to do it every day. It's just I'm kind of precise about stuff.
Wow.
And I do.
All right.
You could do it once a week, once every 3 days, something like that. But yeah,
you got to shoot it like the fucking heron, or can you just take pill supplements?
Like right into like this muscle right here with like an insulin syringe, and it doesn't even hurt. Like I'm telling you, it's like a pinch.
I guess.
But
start shooting this shit up. Huh? All right.
You can get like you'll feel your sex drive will be like when you were 18 years old when you have a second puberty. You'll have a second puberty.
That is,
but you don't get taller. Imagine
you'll get acne if you had acne as a teenager. Your voice.
Wait, really? Are you joking about that, or you really will?
You really will. You might gain body hair. I've got more body hair than I used.
That would be a real problem.
I don't want that.
I am maxed out in that regard.
Oh, and here's the big scary one. Here's the big scary one. This might turn you away from testosterone. It can in some cases cause hair loss.
Oh well, it's too fucking late. So
yeah.
That's how I got here in the first place, folks.
But you can fix that with other drugs.
I don't know committed to the hair loss. I shave my head. I've been very, very lazy about this. Is about a week no shaving, but normally I'm pretty good about that shit.
No, because you were just talking about like self-image issues, and I don't know. Like I don't know if you know what I did, but I spent a year doing like a whole body transformation thing to sort of promote Derek's clinic, and I went from like.
Can we see Kyle pictures? I feel like Matt might.
No, have you ever seen what I did?
I don't think so, actually. I've seen you shoot a whole bunch of fucking guns, and I've seen you sitting in that chair, and that's about it.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Really?
Look at those biceps.
Yes, I did that.
You went into that. Yeah, you went into that too far level. Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of pictures of Kyle. Like, I don't mean to do this to you. Can you show the one that was his leading
one where I don't like a mutant?
Yeah, there's one that looks like
it's hydrated.
Front page.
Yeah, this one like it looks like your fucking veins are about to explode. Actually,
he got to a level where only guys.
I dehydrated myself. That's dehydrating myself for 36 hours while doing cardio.
Oh, was okay. So that's what you're talking about. Yeah, oh wow, you're fucking jacked in that shit. Yeah,
right. And that's one that appeals to, I think.
That was your Tinder picture.
That's his Rolex.
How'd that work out?
Everyone
gets it. Pretty good.
I do okay.
I do okay.
Yeah. And all the picture like that, and then marketing. Ooh,
marketing.
You want to talk about how to get get your products out to lots of people? I can help you with that. You know?
Oh my god, my Tinder strategy. I met my wife on Tinder.
You got some pump pills.
It is funny, just like knowing like your life and knowing you. Like you could have you could have just picked something. Like why'd you land on marketing? Because you thought it was the most honest and realistic.
It was the most honest. Yeah,
I mean, something like engineer, you might get called out
because they don't have a tab for probation.
No, I just thought it was the most honest thing to put because, nothing. I can't write. I tell stories and make bad jokes.
Yeah, it doesn't work. But like, do you think entertainment or celebrity would have been?
I don't.
They don't have a celebrity tab. I would have tried that.
Like, I don't want them like. Yeah, I don't want to be talking to them about blowing up trucks and stuff. I want to talk to them about like what they're up to and like what life is like, right? Sure, maybe that. So I don't. They don't need to know.
No, but mostly their lives.
Any of that. Yeah. They don't need to know.
What's your cat's name again?
What happened today? Tell me about today.
I don't like to tell people about my job. Because then it leads to tell me what your podcast is, tell me more about it, deep dive. And it's like now I have to tell you stories. Now I feel like I'm in a position where I need to put on a personalized one-man podcast for the next.
You should let them know what you get paid for an hour to do that sort of thing. You're asking, look, I'm gonna have to build you if you want.
Oh my god!
Oh really?
Never tell an Uber driver
this is gonna be great. I fucking love this. And it's like I'm just here to get my teeth cleaned. Now I have to put on a show for you.
I've noticed in public.
I've told Uber drivers that I'm cardboard box. That's my go-to. There are no further questions.
Your mic broke up. You told them what?
I tell Uber drivers that I make cardboard boxes.
I'm a corrugation engineer.
Yeah. There's never a fucking follow-up. No, for a while I'm like, I test cars. 50 minutes later.
No one's ever been like, what's your favorite kind and size of box? Yeah. And you're like, don't get me started.
I'm start making things up. I'm going to go with mortician next time. And then
see, that's going to inspire a huge amount of questions.
I want it to, because I want to tell them increasingly more ridiculous things about behind the scenes at the mortician stuff until they call me on my bullshit. Because the truth about it is absurd enough. They put those like corkscrew butt plugs and your loved ones, right? Like
that's an argument for cremation.
Valentine butt plugs because I care.
I want to have like a
Granny would
raccoon tail,
a sparkly pink one up there. No, look, and Grandpa wants the ponytail.
If you can come up with something that is interesting,
hang on, let me spit on it. He always liked that.
That's good, but don't ever tell people you review cars if you are forced to be with them for an hour
in a car. Because it's a cool job, and they're going to keep asking.
No.
I like talking to strangers. I like it's it's good practice for being a normal human being. For posing as a human being like I do.
Yeah.
I have to go in just a minute, but I wanted to tell you I wanted to end on a funny gun story. I told you guys before that my dad and I went to Uruguay, and we brought some shotguns to shoot birds, and they weren't the really, my dad's got some pretty fucking serious hardware, but we don't like to travel internationally with those because you don't want something to happen to them. And so we had some guns that were nice, but not super fancy schmancy. So we brought them down, no problem. Coming back was a fucking disaster. Nobody in Montevideo had any idea how to check these guns through properly, to check in their serial numbers or any of that kind of shit. And, you got to do it right. And then we land. It takes forever to get back. We had to fly through Panama City and then to Miami. It was like 25 hours of fucking flying, and it was awful. Yeah. But we land in Miami. It's 1 a.m. now. We're in Miami. There's nobody in the airport, and we go to declare our guns in the customs office. And we get there, and they're looking at them, and they're looking at the paperwork, and they ask my dad for the original proof of purchase for these guns.
What?
He has a photocopy of it, okay, which he does have. But they ask for the original proof of purchase, and he goes, I live in New York. It's in my house, in Connecticut. It's in my house in Connecticut. And they go, well, can you wake somebody up? Because first off, it's 1 a.m. Second off, nobody's home. And he goes, isn't this Xeroxed copy like enough? And they go, no. He goes, we can't prove these are your guns, and we're going to confiscate them. It's a pair of guns. And he goes, my initials are literally engraved in this gun. Yeah. My son's initials are engraved in this gun. Both of our initials are embossed on the case.
Classic long
You can't like it's I realize that may not hold up in court, but here with us, can't you understand that?
Yeah,
we brought them into you. Like, we're clearly not smuggling these guns. Like,
we waited in line to do this with you. We're not trying to fool you.
Here's the paperwork for when we brought them out of America into Uruguay. Here's the paperwork for when we brought them back. And this guy's like, no, that's not going to work. We're going to have to confiscate these guns. And my dad's friend who's with us is this super Goomba guy right out of The Sopranos. And literally he's like, do you think we could come to some kind of an arrangement? I'm like, oh my God, shut the fuck up, dude. Like,
shut the fuck up. He's right. I can't wait to hear where the story goes. You're not
fucking helping.
He's helping. He helped, right? Tell me.
And I forget his last name, but it's something like Siciliano or something. That's like the most stereotypical.
Yeah, Danny Criminalici. Jimmy Laundrissimo.
Oh my God. And like, and so they call in the boss supervisor who comes in. It's a super typical, like, yoked customs dude, and he what's going on here? What do we got? Okay, let me look at this. And, I don't think this is going to work. We're going to have to take these guns. And go, okay, can we come back tomorrow and get them once we get the something. And they go, no, it goes into seize the property. And at this point, my dad is just like, I'll fucking send a lawyer. I'm not dealing with this fucking bullshit. Like, take the fucking guns. Like, we'll send a lawyer here tomorrow. It's going to fucking jam you guys up with paperwork for fucking 2 weeks for taking these things. And so the guy, okay, let me get your passports. The supervisor takes all of our passports, goes in the back room for like a half hour. So now it's like almost 2:00 in the morning. We're standing around. Eventually, and I don't know about you guys, but I believe that any bureaucratic system can be worked with, against, or around on the mood of the one guy you're dealing with. whether it's the DMV or the IRS or customs or the cops, or it's just you and the guy you're fucking talking to or girl. It's forget the fucking system. It's always about the one person you're standing there and their fucking mood. So eventually this guy comes back out, you know, and he goes, "Oh, I'm guessing he has Googled my father or whatever and found out he's not a fucking criminal. He's, you know, big time corporate type. Here's what I'm going to do. You know, I'm going to let you guys go this time. And, you know, just make sure you got the And we're kind of like, okay, you know, we're sorry. Thank you. You know, thanks for not taking the gun. And as we're packing him up and going to leave, now I'm wearing a mask and I'm wearing a hat. And this guy, one of the other guards comes up to me and goes, hey, psst, come here. And I go, what's up, man? And he goes, dude, I love your car reviews. And I'm like, you fucking knew who I was this entire time, man. You let me stand here for 2 hours with saying we're going to take our guns, and you literally knew who I was and saw my initials carved into this gun, and we're like, yeah, no, that's not his. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. You couldn't have pulled up my channel and showed your
you
boss.
Know me. You literally know me. Like
he could have literally wrote on a piece of paper, I know this guy.
Yes, like
initials.
Do you know how often like that's worked in the past? Like I actually lost my driver's license once while traveling and got onto an airplane because the guy at the gate was like, no, I fucking know this guy. That is his name. Like that's actually worked in the past for me. But so I thought you would find that funny that this guy was
that is very funny.
Take our guns, and the whole time he fucking knew.
I'm so glad that Goomba friend of yours didn't get you put into a cell.
I wanted that to work so much.
I wanted it to work too. It's Uruguay, right? Isn't it like?
No, this was in Miami. This was in America.
Oh, I misunderstood.
This was not. No, this was once we landed in Miami.
He was in South America.
No, he did this fucking shit in America.
He was doing the whole like, I wish there's something I could do.
Oh, it probably would have fucking worked down there. It didn't seem like there was a whole lot of laws down there.
Yeah. No.
Sometimes I feel like that's part of the compensation plan. Like, listen, we don't pay you much, but you get so much in bribes.
This is bribed at least 3 times a week.
Yeah, like waitresses get tips, bureaucrats get bribes. It's part of how we pay you.
Oh my god.
That's how you can make $175 a year for 10 years and be worth $48 million.
Now you're in higher level politics.
Yeah. It's wild that all these politicians reliably outdo economists.
Yeah, right. Isn't Nancy Pelosi like killing the fucking stock market right now? It's like
she's wasting her time in politics. She's a genius.
I mean, apparently insider trading is legal if you're a politician.
I have a PKA Patreon question that I wanted to ask you before you left, Matt. I know you have shitty city.
We have a Patreon, patreon.com/the Smug and Tire Podcast.
Check it out. Give him money.
I thought it was like a procedural Patreon question.
What is the douchiest car you can drive? Coolest car? I've been staring at that question, thinking of you. Douchiest and coolest car you can drive.
Either or? An either or?
It's a both. Like, give me. I think it's 2 separate answers.
I mean, the douchiest car.
PT Cruiser.
No, that's not douchey. I mean, that's like a terrible car. But if you're talking about douchey, to me is like meathead, someone, and like flashing cash without a lot of substance. Like I would say it was like a Lamborghini Aventador or something, but those are actually very fast and perform well. Like the douchiest car you could drive has to be like a G63, like a G-Wagon.
Okay.
That's probably the douchiest car you could drive.
And the coolest?
Well, coolest.
Yeah. Hey, just for fun, make it not super expensive.
Well, no, I mean, like there's a bunch of shit you can drive. Like, it probably not something brand new. I would say like my wife has a car I bought her for her birthday. It's called a Nissan POW. Have you ever heard of that?
No.
No.
Zach, if you could pull up, it's PAO. It's a 1989 Nissan POW, and it's just the most charming little thing. It's cheap and it's slow. It's basically like a beach chair with an engine, and yeah, that's it. And
that's
ours
the coolest car
it
you
runs
can
on
drive.
kerosene.
And I'll tell you, ours is like that one looks kind of like tired. If you want to go on my Instagram and scroll back like a month, you can see the one I bought her, which is a lot cleaner than this one and has like kind of cool wheels on it.
Not convinced your wife's car meets current
drive?
safety standards.
No, it does not. It is right-hand drive. Yeah. My wife likes weird Japanese cars, and so like this thing, like whenever I drive it or she drives it, like people are like, "What the fuck is that? That's the coolest thing ever." People are really into it. Also, like DeLoreans, like they're not great cars, but people they see that you appreciate a classic car, that you have a sense of nostalgia. They look pretty neat.
They're coming back,
and also you kind of have a good sense of humor. Yeah, someone that I know a guy who's responsible for whose job it is to raise. Yeah, that's my wife's car. So it's got these cool little Watanabe Japanese wheels on it and these fog lights, and it's much shinier and cleaner than the one you just showed. Too. But that's my wife's actual car. It rules. It's got the California rollback
and
top.
Safe.
It is not safe.
Oh yeah, this looks like you stole it from a county fair.
If you get hit in this thing,
from the bumper cars area.
Yeah. DeLoreans are cool. And if you want to meet women, like most, when you grow up, you're like, you get a cool car, you meet chicks. Like, no, most cool cars, you meet dudes. You don't meet any girls in a cool car. But if you did want to meet girls, you should drive a Morgan. It doesn't matter if it's a Morgan 3-wheeler or the more traditional Morgan. But if you are in a Morgan, you are a classy gentleman of taste and style, and you have disposable income, and you're into something fun and everything. More expensive than you think. That car in the 3-wheeler is probably 50 grand. This 50? Picture is of a +4, and that's probably $75,000 or $80,000 for something like that.
It's so.
What I think girls like.
I'm sure like the Great Gatsby in that motherfucker.
A lot of girls like Teslas, I think.
Yeah, in the same way they like guys who drive BMWs. I mean, I understand why someone likes a Tesla. I like electric cars. I do. I think they're fun. I have the electric Ford, the Mach-E, which I like a lot. They're cool, but a Tesla is a very douchey car. Also, I think if you wanted a more affordable douche car than a G-Wagon, a Tesla would satisfy that requirement.
I don't know if I pay too much attention to this, but I wonder if Elon Musk's pivot to the right politically is going to hurt him with his customer base.
It might. I mean, he certainly was extremely liberal when he needed fucking DOE loans from the Democrats,
right?
And when he needed the state of California, I don't think it hurt him at all.
I don't think they're buying Elon Musk when they buy those. I think it's a status symbol. It's a $100,000 status symbol that you cruise around.
There's that, but it's also some virtue signaling, and I think that they want. Sure. You told me I talked about cowboy hats, and you're like, no, cowboy hats. They're not functional. It's to say I'm on this team. And I think Teslas do that to some extent. People say I'm on team green over here. I'm a cool guy.
Yeah, and it's not that they're not functional. It's that a lot of guys are like all hat and no cattle. So it doesn't.
Yeah. I think what will hurt that car company more is the availability of electric cars that are just better. I mean, there's 4 or 5 different electric cars that have come on the market in the last 2 years that are just better than Tesla.
So you think they'll just fall behind?
Well, look, I mean, go back to the 1980s, and who would have thought someone knocked IBM off the PC game? You know what I mean? And now who the fuck's buying an IBM? I think that Tesla was incredibly innovative. They definitely inspired the other automakers to make a hard move towards not only EVs but the big tablet style multimedia systems. But they're not very good at building cars. Their cars are built really badly, and so if you have someone else, whether it's Ford or Porsche or Audi, learn those lessons and learn from the fact that people bought Teslas, what those customer preferences were, but build a better car, a car that doesn't leak water.
What do you think about the truck now? Last 2 times you've said there will be no Cybertruck.
Yeah, where is it?
I heard it. I heard more talk. I heard him. They recently doubled down. They were like, "The truck is coming. We mean business."
Yeah. Well, that's what Elon Musk does. He doubles the fuck down. He doubles right on down. And they're not only is there are no engineering mules running around for that truck. I mean, the prototype that they keep showing is the same fucking one they've been showing for years. Looks like
how
shit.
Did he miss out? How did he miss out on starting some kind of a fan club called the Musketeers?
Ooh, that's a good name. That is a very good name.
That is a great name.
Does Disney own that?
That's what you can call his bot army on Twitter.
I like that.
He says mid 2023. This is like when the self-driving
every year it's one more year, dude. It's one more year.
I rail against Musk sometimes, and everyone gets mad at me, but it's mostly about his false promises. I feel like if Ford said the new F-150 was coming out in 2020, and then they backed it off and backed it off and backed it off.
You know, I will say this: when he made that flamethrower, like that was something that I knew about. Like I have flamethrowers. I have good flamethrowers, and I was like,
real ones. Yeah,
bitch, you don't know how to make a flamethrower. That's not a flamethrower. That's a water gun.
You know what? What's really funny is there's a lot of people think Elon is smart until he wades into their area of expertise and they realize he's completely full of shit. And then they go, wait a minute, if he's completely full of shit about this thing that I know about, is he full of shit about everything else too? And the answer is yes, he is. He absolutely is full of shit about everything else.
He's a businessman more than an engineer.
He's a fucking marketer. He's a marketer. You know, he uses
P.T. Barnum. You think he's more P.T. Barnum than he is Edison?
Yes, and he's P.T. Barnum, but look, the Model S, which a lot of smart people far beyond Elon Musk were involved in the Model S. The designer, Franz von Holzhausen, Peter Rawlinson, who was the head chassis engineer, like so many talented people were involved in that car. Super revolutionary. But the problem is they don't have a second album. The Model 3, the Model X, and the Model Y are just the Model S in different packaging. There's nothing that any of those cars do that didn't come on the Model S. They don't have a follow-up. They put all the eggs in the self-driving thing, and it's horse shit. And Elon figured he was smart enough to solve a problem that wasn't that hard. Turns out it's pretty fucking hard for a lot of reasons, you know. And then they thought they could sell this fucking Total Recall movie prop pickup truck with that's in a whole new level of manufacturing with an exoskeleton. There's a reason that nobody builds cars like that. It's stainless steel. Like, why didn't DeLorean work out? Like, I don't know. Maybe it's because you can't do fucking body work on those cars. Like, it's just like dumb shit. But the hype train is strong. There's true believers that really do believe in the hero worship of this guy and his fucking genius. The media props him up and is completely uncritical about things they should be incredibly critical about. And there's also a bot army, you know, to spread the garbage on Twitter. And there's people that are financially invested in it, you know, that the stock is through the fucking roof based on his declared vision, and they don't want to stop that train. And even U.S. regulators, you know, the NHTSA and the regulators who could stop the full self-driving beta, nobody really wants to fucking put the kibosh on this American success story. Nobody wants to really rain on the parade.
I'm a little happy about that. Now, I'll admit that self-driving they're not doing it great, and I think their technology not using LiDAR is probably wrong. But
there are firms that are doing a great job. Waymo, Argo, Cruise.
I'm aware.
They have
Tesla's not one of them.
Taxis. Tesla's definitely not one of them.
Tesla's trying to use like video
camera only
and interpret it off of camera, and other people are using LiDAR, which gives them like a 3D image, and it's easier to do self-driving with it.
Yeah.
Having said that, even though I think their approach is wrong, I'm glad the government isn't locking it so tight that that innovation gets stifled, and they say, well, not on our roads. Put it on our roads. People suck at driving.
No, innovation is not being stifled. And even if Tesla played by the rules, it wouldn't stop innovation. It wouldn't. It would just make them less money.
But my one thing that baffles me about Elon Musk is this. His salesmanship is remarkably effective, but not on me. I hear this guy speak and I think, oh my God, is everyone looking at the same imbecile I am? He can hardly string a few words together without stuttering insanely. He sounds stupid as fuck. He can't speak. I mean, people rip on Joe Biden for his stutter. Watch Elon Musk. Elon Musk is fucking whatever illiterate is for talking. That's what Elon Musk is. When I watched Steve Jobs speak, I was captured by it. I was so absorbed. That reality distortion field, that's a term people use. When Steve Jobs spoke, he'd put this reality distortion field in front of everyone and we'd be like, yes, oh my God, the best pointing device ever created is my finger. You're so great. You know, like I buy into this bullshit that Steve Jobs would give me hook, line, and sinker. Elon Musk, it doesn't work on me, but I do acknowledge that it works. Because it's working on everyone else.
Making fun of someone with Asperger's.
He does have Asperger's. That's not why we're making fun of him.
Abilities to become a tycoon.
Is this news? It's very obvious he has Asperger's.
Asperger's plus a South African accent is really a winning.
His reality distortion feels super effective.
No, when he speaks, he sounds dumb as fuck. I completely agree. He doesn't actually say anything.
I saw him on the JRE. Dude, he speaks one, maybe 2 words a fucking minute.
Yeah.
Say something, you dumb fuck. Your head's supposed to be filled with thoughts. Joe Rogan is like, oh my God, he's such a genius. I have to get the genius out of him. It's one of the hardest interviews. He's not saying fucking words. Say words, right. Elon Musk. You're not making any points.
Yeah.
Well, in the realm of like tech style geniuses, often they're not expected to be very good like having conversations, you know. Like it's almost like if I see the guy who invented IBM computers and he's like riffing and he's got a tight 5, I'm like, this guy didn't invent shit. But if he's like up there like struggling to make eye contact, like fiddling with his shirt buttons, I'm like, this guy's got it going on. This guy's no science.
Counter narrative, right? He's relatable to the Asperger's crowd for sure.
Yeah.
I gotta go, guys. This was fun. Thanks so much. I'll see you again in a couple months, I'm sure. Hopefully I'll get the date right next time. But congrats on the new house, Kyle. Very, very nice.
Thank you.
Stay out of trouble. Stay ripped, boys. I'm gonna talk about that. I'm gonna get that TRT going. We're gonna see how that works out.
Do it.
If you message if you message here, I'll send you the info.
Okay, cool. Thanks, guys. Yeah. All right. See you later.
Matt. Take care. All right. So
always an easy show with him.
Matt's great.
Yeah, he's
that's
such
always
a good guy.
An easy show with him. Yeah, just a great guy. I like Matt a lot. We are going to hear from a couple of sponsors before we jump into the second half of the Just the Boys show. This episode of PKA is brought to you by Lucy. Lucy Nicotine is a company founded by Caltech scientists and former smokers looking for a better and cleaner nicotine alternative. Finally, tobacco alternatives that don't suck. Researched and developed for 4 years to be made for people, not patients. Lucy has created a nicotine gum with 4 milligrams of nicotine that comes in 3 flavors: wintergreen, cinnamon, and pomegranate. Cinnamon's the way to go. Lucy also has a lozenge with 4 milligrams of nicotine in cherry ice flavor. Each and every flavor actually tastes great, and it's convenient and discreet. Their products can be enjoyed anywhere, on flights, at work, on the go, or even in the gym. It's 2021. Get rid of your cigarettes, unplug your vape, shave your fat head. Thanks for putting that in there, Chiz. Throw out your dip and get some Lucy nicotine gum or lozenges. This is the real deal. A subscription to Lucy comes directly to your door each month. It's so simple, and you don't have to leave your house because Lucy has delivery down. Painkiller Ready listeners, go to lucy.co and use promo code Painkiller. Promo code Painkiller to get 20% off all products in your first order, including gum or lozenges. That's lucy.co and use promo code Painkiller at checkout. Also, we have to give this disclaimer. Warning, this product contains nicotine derived from tobacco. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. So to all our listeners, head over to lucy.co and be sure to use that code Painkiller for 20% off all products in your first order, including gum or lozenges. Lucy.co. Check that out, guys. This episode of PKA, once again, is brought to you by Death by Gummy Bears. Believe it or not, guys, our audience responded in a mighty way to the people at Death by Gummy Bears. Yeah, Kyle's got the hat they sent us. I got a message from the guy that before the episode went live. It had just gone live for patrons, and he messaged me like, "Oh my God, like so many people are ordering these gummy bears." And then I got some follow-up tweets from people that were like, "I didn't listen to your disclaimer," but we'll get to that. Are you or a loved one sick of mediocre or even bad THC alternatives? I know I am. We've got a great deal just for you. Death by Gummy Bears has you covered. Death by Gummy Bears was founded by a group of passionate professionals who were sick and tired of low-quality Delta-8 products that are spray-coated and very often incorrectly dosed. That's the big problem, incorrect dosage. That's why Death by Gummy Bears had the boys in the lab cook up a high-quality, powerful 100-milligram Delta-8 gummy that's accurately dosed and actually tastes great. These gummies are no joke, folks. DeathByGummyBears.com offers a range of delicious and unique flavors that will have you saying, "Wow, I sure am high right now." With 7 delicious flavors and customers all around the USA, American-based Death by Gummy Bears serves all state. Kyle, I added some stuff to the ad, but it's available.
I'm enjoying it.
American-based DeathByGummyBears.com serves all states where hemp-derived THC is legal. So whether you're a current gummy enjoyer or just interested in trying something new, go to DeathByGummyBears.com and use code PKA20 for 20% off your order. Once again, that's DeathByGummyBears.com, code PKA20 for 20% off your order. That's a great deal. 20% off. That's a huge like deal. Everyone's talking a fifth of it. My God, you can get these ones. This is they sent us a new package configuration. There's 25 gummy bears in here. Each one has 100 milligrams each.
Jesus
and
Christ.
So it's very dense. I'm telling you, I said it on the last time they advertised with us a couple weeks ago. If you don't have a tolerance, start with 1 foot. 1 foot of the gummy bear.
I want to go bite a foot right now.
Wait until like another hour into the show and then do a foot. I'm serious. Wait and then do a foot.
It takes an hour to kick in, though. That'll be the show.
Go eat a foot.
Go grab it. Go grab it. Bring it back and eat a little. Just
great.
1 foot. This is good content. This is good content.
Because here's the thing: the spray coating is legit. Like I've seen in products I buy before, you could see where it was like spritzed on there. You could see it.
Mm-hmm.
These things are legitimately 100 milligrams, and apparently I'd never experienced that before. They are so goddamn strong.
They're very
I've
strong.
worked my tolerance up to 3. I eat 3 if I want to get really high.
Don't take 3, anyone, please. Please no one take 3. And I'm not joking. You're gonna have a rough day. You're gonna have a rough next 16 hours if you take fucking 3 of those. Yeah. But I'm telling you, if you're someone with a tolerance to weed and stuff like this, you know what you're doing. I won't insult your intelligence. If you're someone who's like, I want to try this new product, get a little nice buzz while I'm relaxing at night, just something gentle. Literally 1 foot off of the gummy bear, not from the waist down, you maniac, not both feet, quarter out 1 foot. And that's genuine. And I say 1 foot because that's such a low dose that there's no way someone's going to eat a foot and get too high. Like if anything, you're going to eat it and be like, oh, that, this is less intense than I thought.
Well, I mean,
I'm a little less intimidated now. That's the same gummies. Yeah. That's just different packaging.
All right. So here's how to think of it. The thing's 100 milligrams, obviously. Like you could easily put it on a kitchen scale and slice into 10 slices and have 10 milligram doses, and 10 milligrams is a good starter dose. 1/10 of that fucking bear is a starter dose. Definitely.
You have to reach your thumbnail in and peel the actual secured part. It is childproof. Yeah.
I was like, I work out all the time. No, it's easy now that I've had instructions. Okay.
Like Woody's all show.
Those are all show muscles. He can't even get his legal weed gummies
Should I
out
bite
of
off both feet.
1 foot.
You're serious about 1 foot?
I want people to see that like 1 foot's not scary.
You should eat here. I think you should eat both feet, but not the whole waist. There's a difference between the feet and the whole waist.
Do
if
both
he had
feet?
A dick, you do not eat where his dick would be.
Eat where his ankles would be.
Well, I mean, go up to the thigh, but just don't go any higher.
Okay,
than that.
I think that's fair. So that's
all right.
That's like a fifth of it, or I
would roll with that. I think
let's roll with that. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's stop nibbling on it.
Well, he did exactly what I told him not to do. So
wait, what did I do wrong?
He enjoyed the flavor.
You
ate
where the dick would have been.
Watermelon.
It tastes like watermelon.
No, this is really
dude. The birthday cake flavor rocks. It's great.
Does it?
No,
okay.
All right,
yeah. This is strawberry jam. Birthday cake's better.
I disagree with all of that. I think the peach is the best flavor by far. It is the one that tastes the closest to actual candy, if you even care about that sort of thing. But I don't know how the stuff is priced on their site. but they send us this big boy box that's got like many little 1,000 milligram packets in it, and then like Taylor showed you before, the 2,500 milligram jar is pretty legit. I don't know if they're gonna. Do they have the other products up yet?
I'll tell you guys about that after the show. For this, just the gummies for now.
Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
just the gummies for now. But yeah, they're very strong. If you don't have a tolerance, start with 1 foot so that you feel, because I've done that with edibles before, where I take, like, you get high in the minute and you're like, I'm gonna get blasted, and you take a bunch, and then 5 minutes later you're like, oh, maybe I was too aggressive, and then you're kind of waiting for it to kick in too hard. It usually doesn't, though. You're like, oh, I got worried about nothing. But yeah, start slow. Start slow. You wouldn't start out a night you wouldn't go to a friend's barbecue and drink half a fifth of vodka as soon as you got there. That'd be an insane thing to do. And so, start slow with the gummies. Very high quality. I hope you guys like them. Yeah,
I actually told my Uber driver about them today. He was like, really? Nice. And they're just legal? I used to love edibles.
Yeah. Well, get ready to take off, motherfucker. Because
I was taking edibles while I was moving. So I had this really steep driveway, and I walked up and down that steep driveway, one thing at a time. I really wish I'd had a pedometer on. I would guesstimate 15 miles like yesterday.
Why would you do that to yourself, getting high before moving?
Oh, it's easy. My feet were so swollen. I literally wanted something for that, because I'd been on my feet 8 hours a day for 3 hours in a row carrying stuff. It's been a goddamn ordeal. Like my knees and like shins are black and blue from just bumping into shit. I kicked the same piece of gym equipment twice in the span of 5 minutes yesterday, and I screamed curses into the cul-de-sac. It hurts so goddamn bad. But I don't know why I put myself into that position. It was just procrastination, and then had to go. I just underestimated how much shit that I own.
Especially after purging for a whole day.
Did we do lock and load?
Oh, no, we did not. And of course, as always, this episode brought to you by Lock and Load, the finest cum pills available to anyone, anytime, anywhere, any period in history. Not as good as this stuff. Code PKA, 10% off Lock and Load. Also 10% off anything you want at their site.
Tell them the new code.
The PKA code works.
Yeah. Code PKA works. We also pulled some strings. You can now use code JIZ for 10% off this or anything on Derek's site. That's 2 Z's, folks. Code JIZ for Lock and Load. A one-person bukkake indeed. That's a good one. Take that down. We'll edit that out. Yeah, trademark PKA. Don't do
mental
that.
Trademark.
So code JIZ or PKA. Code PKA if you're more of a traditionalist. Code JIZ if you like to live on the wild side a little bit.
1 penny per usage.
So
I thought getting high while moving would help. Just like tolerate how awful it was, because like I don't know, it's been a while.
I'd be worried it would make me unmotivated. Like I'd be like, ugh, now I'm feeling like tired.
No, if anything, it's like we gotta go. I kept looking at everything to do and being like, you're not even fucking out loud. You're not even fucking close to being close, you bitch boy. I was like I would take these I would overheat, and so I was shirtless the whole time, wearing a cowboy hat and sunglasses, like doing this shit because the sun's beating down on me. It's 100 degrees.
Very cool. Yeah.
I look pretty fucking sick. I'm gonna be honest. I look at myself in the mirror. And I was like, fuck yeah. I was overhead.
You were feeling yourself.
I was overhead pressing a TV at the time, and it was a good look. But I was, and I'm drenched in sweat. And anyway, I got a little hard, and but I think that's just all the blue chew.
Yeah, there's all the blue chew.
I had the worst time I've ever had.
Can I interrupt you, Kyle?
Yeah, please do.
Where is it? Oh, so I said. Kyle said he's moving, and I'm like, I'm in the gym hitting PRs. I was really excited because I got and he replies, "You don't know what a workout is until you've muscled a king-size Casper mattress down a hill into a U-Haul."
That's harder than any bench press. Oh yeah.
You know what I did today?
I moved.
I grabbed that thing like a goddamn ant, put it on my back, and took it up the steepest flight of stairs you've ever seen, and then a hairpin turn, and then set it up. I did that before we started the show.
Well, you're all set up for after show, right? Your TV's not set up
though. Everything but the TV. I've drilled the thing in. I'm gonna hang it as soon as the show's over. I can hang it by myself now. Like I just underestimated how strong I am, if I'm being honest. Like when I first hung
you can
the
hang
TV,
it by yourself.
Yeah,
I thought you had to have someone back there to like screw it in for you.
So it's the way my thing works. The TV has a bracket with hooks like this. I'm trying to like do fingers. And those just like hook into the other bracket, and then when you let the TV go, the bottom bracket bumps into the part on the wall, and then put a couple bolts in here and here, and it's all locked in, and then you can articulate.
Like oh
yeah,
mine's like all screwed.
Very easy to hang. Yeah, you've got the base.
Yeah, he has a base on the wall, and then the other part hooks into the base, and the rotation and the gravity holds it in.
Yeah.
Huh.
How
well, that would have been
you can't
easier.
screw behind the TV. I'm curious if you did it wrong.
No, like I had to have a guy come over because and I had it was one of those brackets that you obviously mount to the studs, and then it has like those two bars. And I bought it from Samsung because I'm like, I do not want a fucking one that's not going to work. So I got one that was like not from Samsung, but like Samsung recommended. And that's what it was. It takes because there are 4 screw holes or 6 screw holes in the back of the TV, and they all line up with it. And so you needed to like bolt them all in. So I had to hold it up while this fucker was like back there.
The ones I've seen, half of it goes on the wall, half of it goes on the TV. Then you put them together. So that put it on a TV stage you're talking about happens on the comfort of your bed while you attach it.
Oh, okay. No, I don't even have a TV in my bedroom. I never watch TV as I'm going to bed. Like, it would just keep me up longer. Like when I go in the bedroom, that has to be my time to sleep. Otherwise, I would just fiddle around. And just be watching shit.
I've always had one. In the bedroom. Obviously, when you're a kid, when I was a kid, did you guys have TVs in your bedrooms as kids?
I did.
As like an older kid, yeah.
It depends. As a young kid, I did, and then when we moved to Ocean City, I lost it.
I got like a big glass screen TV when I was like 15, I think.
My entire childhood, I had a TV. As long as I had a room, like maybe second grade, I had a TV. Like it wasn't a cool TV. It was pretty small. It was like one of those TV VCR combos. And then that I got better TVs as the years went on. But I've always had one in the bedroom. It's a new bedroom though. I haven't decided. I kind of want to take this enormous heavy motherfucker, like I was telling Matt, stick it on the wall over there. So I've got lots of screens like Fahrenheit 420 or whatever. Not Fahrenheit 420. That's a different book. 451. and that would require a new TV or a projector. I'm real big on the idea of a whole fucking projector system in the bedroom, like hanging down above the bed, beaming into the wall, some movie
could be neat.
Quality shit.
So I recently shopped for a projector. I've had projectors for 7 years now. Not an expert, but maybe I know more than someone who's never had one. There are 2 varieties, and the market is shifting from one to the next. One variety is lamp-based, and they're old incandescent light bulbs that get really hot, really bright, and that's how they project on the wall. Cool. The trouble is, those bulbs are the low-end, cheap, off-brand, like knockoff ones are like $100, and if you get the one that like Sony says you should get, it's like $500, and you need one every year. This blows.
Oh,
right. Suddenly, your fucking lamp budget for your projector is more than Amazon Prime. What the fuck?
Not only that, you can't use this projector frivolously and not feel a little twinge of regret. Like, oh, we're burning bulb right now. Let's not fiddle around. Figure out what you want to watch before we turn the projector on.
Right? You don't just leave it on and go to the kitchen and do your whatever.
No.
Or who knows what burns them? Maybe the heating and cooling cycle burns it, and you should run it.
Oh my God.
If you're not going to turn it off,
leaving it on continuously would have been better than stopping it.
If I'm only gone for 20 minutes, maybe I don't go through this heating and cooling
cycle. Fuck all that. What's the alternative?
Laser. So a lamp-based projector is going to be like a cheaper one is like $1,800, and a cheaper one on the laser-based spectrum is like $2,500. You can see you're practically making money here. And okay, so that one's $4,000. Mine was by LG, and it was $2,500. And it's a laser-based projector, and they don't get as hot. Their fan is not as loud, And I guess they say they last forever. I imagine they last forever, like LED light bulbs last for 20 years. You know, they say they do, but they really don't. But it's going to last much longer than an incandescent bulb.
Let me ask you a question you might not know the answer to, because I don't understand laser projector technology. I mean, I guess I understand that as much as like I know how the words put together mean a thing. Oh, it's projecting lasers that are making an image. I get that.
I do not understand the technology.
When 8K becomes a thing, why can't it project that higher definition? Is it because it doesn't have enough output of lasers to create that pixel density? Or I'd love like an expert to know the answer to that.
You nailed it, Kyle. I totally don't know the answer to this.
You would need
no idea. So
you need smaller
that
lasers.
So that looks really cool. Is there somewhere you think you can go and like demo something like that? Because before I click a button on $4,000, man, I'd like to see it once.
Yes. So I actually had that experience recently, and the demo place that I saw anyway didn't have any in stock, and they only sold the higher end ones, like $6,500 projectors. It turns out that their market, at least where I went, was for people who were building home theaters. And the idea that the projector was 2 months away wasn't a problem, because the furniture and the carpeting and the construction and all that shit, you know, was in the timeline anyway. So they're just like the last people to come in and sort of do the finishing touches. But if you're like me and it's like, oh, actually, I was just going to mount it on the ceiling of this room and a screen on here and a thing on there, and that's as far as I wanted to go, then something like Amazon would be a better fit. But you can go to the store and see what they look like.
So I use blackout
specialists.
I use blackout curtains in my bedroom anyway. Like it can be high noon and it's blacked out. You can't see shit. It's great for a healthy lifestyle. And so I could totally use that as like a little. I mean, I don't need movie theater seats. I got one of these wedges for my bed. Like I got the biggest wedge pillow Amazon sells. It's for fucking people on. You know, it's a really good sex pillow. And but it also would make a great movie pillow. I could chill in bed and watch the thing. So, like, honestly, the idea of a $4,000 projector sounds a lot better to me than what does $4,000 get you in a TV? Like, what is a $4,000 TV?
Probably like 85-inch Samsung, right? Does the Samsung go bigger than like 85 for like a real screen?
My observation is 85 is like the top end currently of normal. And if you want to get to even like 90, the price doubles. Like it gets stupid right past that.
Yeah.
130 for $3,000 out. Goodness.
Wait, what?
Wait, no, this is a projector. Laser home theater projector.
Oh, ultra short. If you see ultra short throw in your projector, you know that it's junk. Do you see it sitting there on the entertainment center?
Yes, I do. I've used projectors like this. They're junk.
How?
Yeah. So that is a hint that it's not a very good projector.
That does look weird.
Well, I'm fascinated because I don't know. I've got a few hobbies right now, but the thing I always go back to when I just want to chill out and like relax or you know, it's nice. It's movies and really good definition and like going back to my classic movies and seeing them. I don't know. I remember the first time I got a DVD and I got to watch some of my favorite movies on that little bit better quality. And every time a new format came out, I was excited to see what Alien looked like or to see what The Godfather looked like, to see if I could see some film grain that I didn't see before or some shit. So I'm kind of interested in this. I might do
it. Also, you got to figure out your audio.
Ooh, that would be fun. I'm about to do some audio anyway in the gym. It's time to do
audio.
Like,
does not seem like the fun part. Video seems like the fun part of building a theater. Audio seems like it would be obnoxious.
Audio's the part that like audio can be so striking when you've got good surround sound. And if you haven't experienced that before, it's like, oh, really? So that's why there are awards for sound engineering. There's something going on here. You can really be in a three-dimensional
I just meant like
space.
Based on this, when I was looking at home theater stuff like a year ago, like on the forum I was looking at, people would be like, I got this 3500 projector and then the real spending started once audio got, I got wind of audio. And it's like I always imagined in my head, projector's the big thing, then you get some speakers. But they're like, no, $3,000 on my projector, because they post their builds. And some of these guys have like, they're obsessed with it. They'll have like $7,000 projectors and then literally $20,000 in audio. Like absurd shit like implanted in all the walls.
The thing about audio, my observation is like, and this is true with mics and speaker type stuff. The first, like in speakers, the first couple $100 gets you a big quality difference that even a normal person can notice. After you cross that threshold, you know, maybe you spend $1,000 or so on a surround system, the differences get pretty subtle, and you might be spending your money in the wrong spot. I would argue that if you spend more than like, maybe I'm out of date, $1,500 on speakers, you probably should have spent your money on like wall treatments and room, you know, carpets and shit like that before you spent another $1,000. No. I remember it being like a small little boutique thing that's like, you know, our $3,000 speakers are as good as someone else's $7,500 speakers, and they would compare the materials made and stuff, but I don't know what they are. Okay. Maybe there's a label on the speaker if I look at the
I'm going to put something in the garage in the gym, and I don't know. I want music
in the garage. I just did bullshit. Like I bought a JBL Bluetooth speaker, and I have a paramotor friend that has one, and he would play it outdoors. And it was like, that thing sounds curiously good. And you know how outdoors is so hard to fill with sound. You know, everything sounds like shit. Sitting on it. It was sitting on a flat deck trailer, right? This is like one of the worst acoustic environments you could think of. And I'm like, this place is actually kind of jamming. Like that speaker's working. And I bought basically the same thing, and I've used it next to the pool. Again, a tough acoustic environment. And it did well. So I didn't put a lot of money into my gym speaker.
I might pick your brain a little bit more about audio stuff because I'm about to spend a little money. I ordered my I got the cheapest Titan rack today. I decided to do that. Okay. It's literally $380. Yeah, it's $380.
4-post rack, I assume.
Yeah, it's got like the plastic J cups and the push pin things, and I was like, that's literally all I really need. That's all I really need. And
you can't
so I think I'm gonna
even you.
Yeah.
No, there's no fucking way. Like I don't do 700 fucking pounds, and that's what it's rated at.
Do 1500.
And 800 won't. The thing is, 800 won't break it. 900 won't either. It'll make it wobble. That's they don't mean 900 breaks this thing. They mean 900 makes it wobble to us kind of a scary way. Fuck that. It won't break till you get to 1300. I bet. I've seen Coop from the Garage Gym Reviews drop like, I don't know, 500-600 pounds on that Amazon rack. That cheap as shit Amazon rack, and it ate it. It ate it.
Yeah.
Didn't do anything.
Metal is so much stronger than us. Even shitty iron and steel.
Yeah.
I don't mean to be humble, but I
do have some money to spend, though. I got
yeah. Any building material blows us out.
I don't know. I'll kick the ass out of insulation.
or a tent, maybe. Not even that. The tent's got nylon. How many pounds does it take to rip nylon? 1 million?
It's something stupid.
I've got to get an elliptical, and I've got to get I may get a functional trainer. So those are the next two things on the gym list. I'm gonna start working on the flooring out there as soon as I get my boxes and everything unpacked. I forgot this. Flooring? So no, I'm gonna get it from the hardware store, and then I'm gonna scrub it. I read you scrub it down with that green clean stuff in the outside the sun, and then let it dry in the sun and hit it with the hose, and like they think you can degas it in like 95% of the way. So I'm going to do that to that stuff. So you get that rubber smell out of the flooring.
Plus, is it a garage gym?
So yes,
probably not super airtight. Like if it was your bedroom gym or something, like if you were converting an inside room, it's, you know, your standards are reasonably lower.
I'm going to make it airtight though. I'm going to make it airtight.
Okay.
How?
I'm going to get some sort of, I'm going to get that sealing stuff for the door. They make like kits to do that. And then one way or another, I'm sticking an air conditioner out there. If it means I have to cut a hole in the fucking garage door and put a port there, then I will just count the cost of a garage door as the price of getting the business.
Does your garage not have a window?
No, it's solid.
You're 100% sure your entire garage has no window?
Blacked out.
No
okay,
lights.
all of them are here. It's all of them are here.
Yeah, I don't have a window in my garage.
Like every neighborhood I drive through, it's that we all have the same one. Like I don't know.
Yeah, in my area and in New Jersey, every garage had a window.
growing up,
the garage was on the side of the house, and there was a window on the side of the house, and that's kind of where the light came in.
Yeah. So moving out of the place, you're required to have it professionally cleaned. And I was like, oh, okay. Well, no problem. And they're like, and the carpets. I'm like, okay. And you have to leave receipts of, that you got those things done. And I was like, oh, okay. So,
so
like,
you don't need it clean. You just need receipts that it's cleaned.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't, it's $450. It's $450 they charge you. And I was like, man, let me look into this. So I called I asked Kitty. She had a professional cleaner do one room of her house, $55. And I was like, ooh, in my house, that's going to add up to, yeah.
Jeez.
And I'm like, that's going to add up to, $150, $200 at my house. So factor that in. And then I called a maid service, actually 3 of them. The lowest they quoted me was $520 to do a move out cleaning. So I called the landlord people and I'm just like, hey, so it's $450 if I don't do anything, right? And they're like, yes. Oh, actually, no, sir. It's $420. Oh, only $420. I'm like, well, you should probably call a boss or a manager or something, because I'm going to let you know right now, I'm not cleaning at all, because cleaning costs $750 and not cleaning only costs $420. And she didn't seem to care. So that's where we are. Now, to be fair, when I say I didn't clean, I vacuumed and like got anything bigger than like, I don't know, this big
baseball.
of a piece of paper. like I cleaned fairly well. But what I didn't do is I didn't mop the floors. Like I didn't like scrub down any of the appliances. I just left it. Like
what if you had a steam cleaner rental bill? Like, oh, they said professionally clean though. That would. I just feel like you could rent it from Home Depot for $50 ish. And
no, they want receipts from like known people or some shit. Like I can't even like.
Okay.
Yeah. And if they hadn't threatened me with the $420, I was going to clean the place thoroughly myself. I had it in my head. I'm like, man, I got a lot of mopping to do. And I need to scrub the oven. I was going to do all that. But when they came with the $420 penalty, it was like, all right, well, fuck y'all. Just deal with it. Clearly, they know somebody who'll clean it for $420.
Yeah, they're workers.
I don't think they have employees that do that. It's a real like mafia type system where the higher ups are completely disconnected from any sort of like bullshit. There's no way to get a hold of someone who can like do anything. There's only the person who can put you in the system in a different way. There are no like higher ups. When I told her to get a boss or a manager, she was like, "Oh yeah, I'll tell a manager."
I was you talking about leaving a place in somewhat disarray made me think. A couple buddies of mine, probably starting about 6 years ago up until about 3 years ago. They lived together for like 3 years. My age, they were roommates, and they had the filthiest fucking disgust. Like, have you ever seen those apartments where everyone's walked in so many times through the same paths without taking their shoes on that like the carpet becomes almost a weird composite of dirt and mush? Like, it was that all around their entire apartment. Like, it got to the point by the end where like they would joke, like they'd be like, anyone want to come over? We'll like go to a bar and then we'll watch the game. And I'm like, I'm not coming to your place. It's gross. Come to my house. It's clean. Like,
it smells like candles.
And they had an outdoor porch, just a small wooden porch. They're on the second floor. And on the porch, there was a door for a closet for like if you wanted to grill or something or to keep your charcoal out there, just whatever. You put it in the outdoor closet. And apparently they were getting a little lit day drinking one day. Both of them, I wasn't there. And another buddy of mine, who is, he was the Marine, very, very prepared for things. And they were all getting drunk and everything. And my buddy was grilling out there. And apparently he was too drunk to see if the coals actually went out after he removed the coals. And so he took the coals out, put them back in the coal bag, put it in the closet, and then closed the door, the outdoor closet. And the way my buddy... My buddy, shout out Tim, he was like, and we were just sitting in there, and he's like, and he wasn't nearly as, he's like, I wasn't nearly as fucked up. I'd had like one beer or something, and they were all just blackout almost. and I just started smelling smoke in there. You know, what the hell? Like, what's going on? And so I walked around their whole apartment trying to see what it was. I look out their window, black smoke all over their porch. And I'm like, fuck, so what'd you do? And he's like, I immediately went, there's a fire. And he was like, and I realized, like, in that state, none of our friends knew what to do at all. And so I went out there, opened up the door. They followed me out, and I went, it's so, and he says, he's about 5'9". He says the flames were taller than me. He said the entire closet was aflame, to where, like, when he put his hand on it before he opened, like, it burned. Like, he had to pull it off open immediately. It tried, it like surged out.
Backdraft? The movie?
I guess he was trying to, no, probably not. And he was like, and my buddies, apparently not him, were just standing there like dumbstruck, just staring at it. And he had to like orchestrate it and be like, Alex, bowls, biggest bowl you have, water now. Matt, second biggest bowl you have, water, go. Steve, grab it, go. You hand Alex, you fill it up. You hand it to Matt. Matt, all you do is drive it to me. Like, Steve, you go out there, like, open up this door, like, air it out. Like, and he said it took like a full 20 minutes of firefighting, and the entire, like, apparently they were like very close to just hitting 911 because they were worried it was going to burn the apartment complex down, but they got it under control. And apparently when they moved out, they did not check the status of that outdoor closet, because they got their deposit back despite their entire apartment being shithoused. Like, it was collapsing, like borderline collapsing onto the patio. So yours is not looking that bad compared to my retard friends who lit their patio on fire.
My uncle almost set our house on fire.
All my childhood, I was starting fires.
That's not that unusual. Well, we lost Kyle for a second. Starting child. I started fires too. I love that as a kid. We got you back, bud. Yeah, everybody started fires as a kid. That's normal, right?
My aunt, like, oh my God, Zach. My aunt burned down her house with her grandkids in it. Twice?
Fool me once, shame on me.
I'm starting to think she's not a good babysitter.
No. That's not a try again thing. If you're like aunt or uncle burns down a house with
insurance money, the story keeps going.
What the hell is going on with your family? Some of the stuff Zach says, she
got charged with arson and fraud.
Yeah, awesome fraud. Damn.
Yeah. No, so my uncle was handy. Look at Kyle's frozen face. My uncle was handy, and we had some plumbing work to do. So what he did is he was soldering pipes, you know, the brass pipes, you solder and make them watertight. And he hadn't removed enough of the flammable stuff around it. So the insulation caught and the fire started running up like into the house. And he didn't want to burn our house down. So he just grabbed the burning building material and started pulling it out and throwing it on the ground, while like my mom and dad would take the insulation and put it in the kitchen sink and put it out. And that was like the process. He's just grabbing flames from inside the house, throwing it on the floor. And my parents put the flames out, and he saved the house. Well, he almost burnt it down. Let's not make too big a hero out of him. But,
he
but
undid
it did turn
his
out
error.
okay.
Yeah.
He resolved it. So it turned out all right.
Yeah, I never started fires as a kid in dangerous places. Like, it seemed like what Kyle said. Like, if I'd do it out in the yard or on concrete, and it'd mostly be like little small scale, like fucking around with matches if I found them, or like taking
small, like waist high.
Oh, not that big at all. Like teeny tiny little fires. Like I was too nervous to start any, like, itty bitty. The worst I melted a GI Joe or a army man that I was holding in my hand above my other hand, and I got a bunch of molten plastic on it, and that got me to not do that anymore. Because I was like, part of me was like, look at it melt. I was just so infatuated with seeing the dripping of it that I didn't notice.
Dripping fire is a neat thing. Yeah.
It's very cool.
So I was a Boy Scout. I really, really, really like campfires. That's still true. I have campfire flavored candles around the house now. Like I don't know. Maybe I'm like at the soul of an arsonist, but I really like campfires. And I would just so look forward to these weekends. Like once a month, our Boy Scouts would go camping, and it meant the world to me. Like I just loved it. And sometimes they get canceled because of weather and shit. So it wasn't enough. And then I realized, like, you know what? Like, I'm really good at starting fires, which is still true. If you're at a campfire, you're
the guy. Yeah.
You want me. You want me there. Like, there are all these people who think they can start a fire, and I'm looking at it, and I'm like, I am the fucking fire starter that you are crab eater. I'm like,
okay,
fucking
respect.
Imbeciles. Yeah. Like, can't you see all your mistakes? Don't you see that should be a chimney right there? That should be a cabin right there. Like, you should get your shit together. And like, I'll look at a fire that's not burning well and just easily know like what adjustment to make that fire do what I want it to. And even by the time I was like 12, I was good at this. So after school, I would just be like, starting fires is free. I can just do this. I can do this like as a hobby after school. And Mom, if you're watching, it was by that recycling center in the woods. And I would just go and start fires. Sometimes people would come with me. Sometimes I'd be solo, just out there burning shit, collecting wood, and making campfires. I liked it.
Just creating potential problems. But it seems like you had a good run. No cataclysmic problems you had to pretend you didn't do.
Not that one. I've told the story so many times of the field we burnt down. We were playing war. Someone else started the fire, told me to put it out. And my dumb ass is just like, I'm not putting it out. It's warm. And then it got out of control quickly.
It's too warm. It's too warm.
Oh, yeah. And dude, that fire, it was like 5 acres and like 150 feet tall, and like houses were in danger.
150 feet tall?
Oh, yeah. It was like twice the height of the trees nearby and shit. Like it wasn't just that like our town's fire department came, then like the adjacent towns and the adjacent towns to that. It was like a 4 or 5 alarm fire. It was a really big deal.
Did you get in trouble for it?
No, the guy who started the fire took all the blame. And it wasn't just the police. It was the FBI came and investigated it. And he was like, well, the smoke bomb wouldn't start with the match. So I lit the 4-foot tall dry grass on a windy day and then held this smoke bomb up to it. And then I threw it, and I told my friend to put it out, or maybe he didn't even rat me out. He said he wouldn't. And, and then it got out of control. So they just put him on David DeVorn. I'll never forget that guy. But yeah, he fell on the sword, took all the blame. He did start the fire.
What a hero.
Yeah.
It's cool of him to take the rap.
It was. Yeah. He didn't try to pass off responsibility or anything. But it was funny how, like, every idea I had to put out the fire was just a few seconds late. Like, at first I pat it with my hands, but if I had stomped on it, it might have been controllable at that size. Mm-hmm. Then I stomped on it, but it was too big to put out with your feet. So I took my coat off and hit it. If I had done that a step earlier, that might have worked. And then like multiple people started beating it with their coats. And if we had been doing that 20 seconds ago, that might have worked. But every idea we came up with was just a step too late. And eventually it was like, we need grown-ups here. Someone get grown-ups. Someone get grown-ups.
Get an adult. Like,
that's still my go-to move.
When you saw the fire totally getting out of control, were you nervous? Like,
I was nervous.
Parents?
It was blowing toward. So mostly like there was woods between the houses and the field. And I felt like that was going to be a buffer layer, at least a slower burning fire that they'd be able to deal with. But at the end of the fields where the fire was blowing to was where my friend lived. And I was like, fucking, we burnt down Jason's house. Like, I'm like, it's going to Jason's. And Jason's like, yo, that's my house. It's going to my house. And I'm like, yeah, it totally is. You're right. It's going to your house. And like,
sorry, Jason.
One of the fire departments was just putting water on Jason's house so that it was a little more fire resistant when it got there. And as far as I know, his house was fine. I don't, maybe like a heat damage or something, but it certainly didn't burn it down or anything like that. So.
Have you seen those clips where like there's a big field fire and like the farmer gets out like in front of the flames with his like combine and he just like cuts all the grass out in a stripe? I think that's so cool. And sometimes they're like, I'm like, man, that guy's doing a good job really like threading that needle. And other times they're like 20 feet from the flames. And like what I do is I watch like where he is or like where he was and like where the flames are. And it's like, oh, like I'm like, as a kid, I was like, oh, like that's how fire works. If it's not on you, you're fine. But like you realize like, no, like a big fire will like cook you like a grill from 100 yards away. So it's huge. That's shit is very scary. Hey, Kyle, how are you?
I think it might be a coincidence because there's a thunderstorm going on right now. We're going to pretend like that's the case, but rest assured, I will be all better next week.
Yeah.
It's really
week by week, his internet will go from 10 to 20 to even 30 megabits per second.
That's the hope.
Remember when 50 was the bomb? Like, no wonder that guy has a 3 KD. He's got a 50 megabits.
I had 3.
Fucking via. What was Verizon's thing? Fios, maybe?
I wish I had Fios. I had Gumlog cable.
Doublemont cable?
Gumlog.
Oh,
Gumlog. Fios sex as it is.
Yeah, you never even heard of my shit.
I haven't. No. That's a thing now. Like, I mentioned this before, but like when you buy a home, look at the bandwidth. You can assume the place is going to have 220 power. You can assume it'll probably have water pressure. Check that out. But internet, they sell houses with bad bandwidth. Don't get one.
Yeah, absolutely do. I did not do that. I'm just having some sort of equipment malfunction or this thunderstorm. I haven't just.
We'll never know.
We'll never know. Come on, come back, Kyle.
I like the faces he makes as he disappears.
He does. Oh, I'm so hot.
Have you told everyone you have no air conditioning? I'm not sure.
No,
we talked about it pre-show.
I felt like talking about it during the show would make me fixate on it more, but like now 2 hours
how hot
and 40
is it,
minutes
Taylor?
in, it is. I'm easily in triple digits in my office right now.
Triple 100 degrees. Maybe you should have a coffee.
100 plus. Yeah, dude, I'm drinking so many waters so fast. I'm like, please, Kyle, come back. I need to refill my ice again and get some more water. I'm so fucking hot. Yeah, it went out Tuesday or Monday late. Like,
can't you ask the boss for an ice water? Just send her a text. Is that like not how you?
I'm not sure. She was out with family. I'm not sure if she's home yet. But
okay.
Yeah, it went out like too late Monday to do anything about it. And then Tuesday got someone to agree to come out yesterday. And I was like hoping the whole time that like it wasn't going to be a huge thing. Cause like the guy went, like I even thought, I was like, I'm not even going to check my filter. That got changed like 4 months ago. Like what? Right. I'm not even going to do that. And the guy came in and the first thing he does is like check the filter. And he's like, oh, this could be it right here. Look at how dirty this is. And I'm like, the last guy had like where there's an issue with the heating, like he just on the side, different issue was like, you want to change these every like 6 months to a year. And apparently over like the 4 or 5 months it's been in there, it's accumulated like well over a year's worth of bullshit on it.
Is it low?
What do you mean low?
The filter, like I find that if a filter's mounted towards the top of the wall, you don't need to change it very often. But if it's down by your shins, you need to change it frequently.
Yeah, it's down by the shins, so that could be it. But he then like we replaced the filter, and he told me that it's actually the motor that blew out. And I asked him like what would cause that, and he's like, well, actually, because like the area I'm in, he's like, you're lower or on a certain side of this road, and that means a different electrical grid. And unfortunately, the grid you're on is not as reliable as that other one, and so you get more surges. And so apparently, a shit ton of people in my area without surge protectors on their motors just had them blown out. And so
you're gonna get dogged now. They're gonna figure out they know you're lower than a road.
Now they know I'm lower than a road.
You're fucked.
Yeah, and so like that sucks. And because so many people with this same kind of heater or AC, I guess, they all need the same train motor. And so this company said, he's like, because initially when I was talking to him, he was like, like this has been happening a lot, but we have a lot of these. We see you, Kyle. He's like, and even I know, I'm like, Train, like that's a huge company. They're going to have that shit.
They're the one.
And he was like, they're not, we ordered them probably in Tuesday. And so I've got until Tuesday to deal with this. I am so sweat. I switched to a black shirt for the show because I'm sweating through fucking everything.
I have that brand. It's so awesome. It's one of my most flattering shirts.
I like them. I'm in their double X, and I'm sweating through it like nobody's business. It is brutal in here right now. It's got to be over outside in the coolest area of my upstairs, my living room. The thermostat says 87 right now, and it is markedly hotter in here. Was that Kyle exhaling frustratedly?
I have his audio, but his video is frozen, so
Kyle,
he might
hear
think
us?
We have no audio. No. He may have left thinking it didn't work as well as it did. Maybe I would take audio, Kyle.
Yeah, we should get audio only, Kyle. But anyway, this is miserable. I am running off like 10 hours of sleep the last 3 nights combined. I'm waking up. I'm doing that dance where I go to bed super hot, but I need a little bit of blanket on there. And so then I wake up and I'm soaked in sweat. So I take the blanket off and then I lay there and I get like a chill, like I'm getting sick because I got a box fan just blowing on my sweaty body. And then I wake up, put the blanket back on. I'm sweating through my shirt. I bet I drank 2 gallons of water today, probably almost a gallon just on this show. And I'm sweating all of it out. I've peed twice in the last 5 hours. I bet I've drank 2 gallons of water. I heard Kyle giggle at my horror. No, you're good, Zach. You're solid. Yeah, this is rough. You really take AC for granted, man.
AC's huge. Dude, do you want to hear about my Acro Toe Club drama?
Yeah, what's up?
So here's what's happening. The last time we went, which was like 3 or 4 weeks ago, a couple planes went by. And I think it was me because a nice plane got particularly close to me. I don't know what it is, twin engine Cessna or that one with the fucking parachute in it. But in any case, a plane gets particularly close to me as I'm on tow, right? So I'm like 2,000, 3,000 feet in the air. And a plane goes nearby. They see me. Maybe they see the line. And they report us to the FAA. Now, the thing is, what we're doing is legal. We're not breaking any rules. We know
real quick before you can Kyle, can you switch to audio only? See if that keeps you in longer.
I think we might be good. I don't think it's going to matter. I think if it breaks, it's going to break, honestly.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt, Woody. Go ahead.
So we get reported to the FAA, and one of our members is an airline pilot and just good at talking to the FAA. It's harder than you'd guess. And he explains the rule. The FAA doesn't even know which set of rules governs ultralights because they're really not focused on us. They don't want to deal with fucking people hanging in lawn chairs and hammocks and shit. They want to deal with commercial airlines and FedEx and Delta and shit like that. So he teaches them the rules of ultralights. They say, we've confirmed that you're not in any trouble at all. And we think everything is cool. But just to double check, he makes sure that the Army Corps of Engineers is okay with us launching off of their beach. And I'm like, what? Why causing trouble?
Yeah.
The Army Corps of Engineers were walking like 10 feet across their beach on launch. If we're really careful, maybe we can not touch it at all. We have permission from the landowner, the guy who lives on this little tiny peninsula. He owns, if you picture a triangle, he owns like the inner triangle. But the very edge, the beach, is the Army Corps of Engineer. Sometimes we don't even touch the engineering land. Sometimes we just launch from his yard, and he loves us. Sometimes, maybe you run all the way to the beach before you get in the air. And now they're fussing at us. Now they worry that we have to get permission from them, and they want us to get $1 million insurance policy, which maybe we'll do. And name them as co-insured. I'm not an insurance expert.
This is so lame.
I feel like it's American land. I already own it. Why do I have to why are you making it so hard for me to use American land? And I'm not damaging it.
Can I ask you this? Maybe I probably wasn't here for this part. What happens if you just keep going there and flying off?
That was my idea. I was like, what is the fine? $250? I'll pay it every weekend. I hope it comes with a BJ. I don't give a fuck about you. It'll just be a cost of doing business. But the club had a better concern, I thought, which was if we do this knowingly in violation, what happens if something goes wrong? Like someone gets hurt, or then you could be like, it's an illegal.
But it would only matter if that would only come to play if you literally crashed while taking off from the beach into someone and hurt them. Man, that's an odd.
I think here's the scenario that I would imagine. Everyone in the club is so trusted, right? They're not going to sue me. Yeah. Put that to the test when we're talking about their next of kin, right? When some single mom loses her breadwinner and now she's not going to sue the rest of the club, hoping to make good on it.
Yeah. Some sort of,
and
I see your point.
What if it's an activity that's not approved? So there's two ways this could go. We could either get approval from the Army Corps of Engineer, which would be nice, or we could go to a different lake. The other lake is 20 minutes farther from me, but it's better. And What's town nearby is better. I don't recall, but it's in Tennessee.
Oh.
Yeah, so it's not very close to the Hartwell. But the launch spot looks a little better. It's a little bigger, and I like that. I think Knoxville is nearby, so that gives us like real facilities, perhaps a better hospital, shit like that.
I think the Army Corps of Engineers will just say, yeah, they would only be concerned if you're going to be around their like dam and like any of that infrastructure. Like generally speaking, I don't think they give a shit about the beach. Like boaters are doing crazy shit there all the time. They don't care.
That's totally true. Like I feel like what we're doing to the Army Corps of Engineer is not any different than like water skiers. Or the
when
guys
you ask permission, make
tubes.
it. When you ask permission, make it set. It's a boat thing, right? Like you're.
Yeah.
Are you talking? You're talking about launching from his yard, or when you do the boat stuff?
The boat stuff, Yeah.
Oh well, then just word it to them like it's an advanced fucking. What do those call those things you pull behind a boat? The fucking bullshit float. Whatever you call those.
The toboggans, I think they might be called.
Yeah, make it sound like advanced tubing.
Right.
Fucking just be vague.
Yeah, we just do what everyone else does. We sort of attach a line to the back of the boat and we tow ourselves around. It's a blast, right? He doesn't need to know that line is fucking 6,000 feet long.
I would bet money they'll say yes. Like that's
I
what
hope
people
so.
do on the lake.
I feel like they'll say no, just because. What's their incentive for saying yes? Hey, can we have permission to do a thing? No.
I would say this exactly. I would say, hey, I've had this issue with these other guys, and they said I should have permission from you for some reason before I do it. We like to, ride around our boat, and we pull each other around on rafts, on sea-doos, and sometimes we even throw a parachute on. And they thought maybe you'd have an issue with some of that stuff. I would admit that.
I love
so it
that.
sounds like 90% of the time we're out there on like boogie boards, and then occasionally we get out a parachute. We're wild.
He's picturing us 15 feet in the air.
Yeah, I would say that.
I like that. We should have had you.
Be honest, but don't give away anything you don't need to.
Right. To be honest, we'll have to grab a tube, but we can make that happen because we never tow tubes.
You know what I was thinking? And maybe it's just a stupid idea. Is there any way to combine the paramotor with a motorcycle? Because in my head, I was like, obviously, if you were riding the bike and operating the whole thing, it would pull you off the bike and the bike would be left behind because you can't hold on to the bike tightly enough. But if there was some sort of apparatus to balance that bike underneath you, maybe you could use a dirt bike and make that your sole source of power, and you could do little hops. Like you get enough speed, you could get enough speed on your bike to like fly for a little while, and then
a little altitude,
land,
and then it would slow down, and you.
Yeah,
that sounds like a recipe for injury. I think
it sounds like a way to decapitate yourself or something.
Right?
Oh, well, this is just cheating.
He's tethered to the ground. That's the lame part. He's untethered and go somewhere.
I wonder if that's so that you can park and like mount and dismount, or if it has if they haven't figured out the gyroscopic nonsense. Yeah, I guarantee that's so they can get on and off. They got headlights on it already. Well.
Yeah,
I mean that
thing looks neat.
I want to see a video.
How high does it go?
Dude,
does it rely on that ground effect?
So sometimes I see technology, and I'm not sure if I'm being trolled by some guy who's good at like After Effects or something, and
right.
I saw video of some quote unquote firefighters in Dubai with jetpacks on, like the Rocketeer, and I was embarrassed to send it to anyone because I thought it was like that baby giraffe video that we sent to Rings. I was like, am I stupid and gullible for thinking that there are jetpack wearing firefighters in Dubai, or is that just the future? Like I don't know.
Have you seen the jetpack wearing search and rescue people?
That seems dangerous.
I go both ways because jetpacks don't take you very far, very long, right? It's a trouble. On the other hand, someone broke a leg, like at the top of the ski slope. It would take a long time to hike up that slope or even to take the lift up. If someone's not there, you can jetpack up a mountain in like 90 seconds. It is a quick way to do a small.
Could you lift someone though?
Like, I think the idea is they get
provide
there,
aid.
Their first aid.
Oh,
you can bring your slings and your tourniquets and your morphine.
That makes sense.
Yeah, you could. I've seen them talk about it a lot for saving people on mountains. And with as much like mountaineering videos as I've watched lately, that's a thing that happens a lot. Although, God, you would think that most of the people who get into those situations are so fucking dumb. Like they make a massive mistake, and that's why they're in the situation.
A series of them.
Yeah. Usually that's not just one thing. It wouldn't be so bad if you hadn't left your phone at home, but you also let your water expire or something, or like the plastic got brittle,
and you got so lost,
brittle that you can't.
Right.
Like one thing after another.
You know, your phone was your GPS, and you don't have a paper map, and you this and you that, and you know you're fucked in 6 ways, and you know because you were a little fatigued, you made a navigation mistake that you wouldn't have otherwise made. Cascading mistakes is a thing,
and people lose their they lose their lives, they lose their family members' lives. Like I really like those stories because I genuinely think that maybe I'm learning something by watching them, and I'll be less likely to get myself in a stupid scenario like that.
You're roboting out right now, Kyle, but I'm not some like
an example.
I'm not a total first responder cocksucker. Like, and I mean that by like the guys who fillet them just for being first responders. But I do like them a little bit. I am one of like mountaineering first responders are just
I
don't know, like semi-heroes. Kyle thinks he's telling his story.
He thinks he's telling us a story.
When that motorcycle guy in my group ran off the cliff last night, that was fucking amazing to see those guys come, and they had all their winches, and they like secure the motorcycle, and they put the guy in that like sled and pulled him up the hill. Extremely competent. The people in my group could barely get up and down the hill. It was so steep, and these guys were like billy goats, just walking up and down it like it was flat. I was very impressed.
So you have respect for the first responders.
I do. I do. Not over the top, like, you know. Not cops.
not cops.
Not cops. I think cops get filleted way too much already. Am I using filleted wrong? What is the one that Ramsey did?
Ramsey?
Fillet.
No, flay.
Flay. Yes. Yeah. That's not what I'm saying. All right. I have it right. I was afraid I had it all wrong. But yeah, I just look, of course there's good cops, but there's so many bad ones, or ones that let the bad ones be bad ones. I'm just mad at cops right now. I see the shield and I think it's shameful.
I do not care for cops either. Yeah, I don't know if I agree. Like they're getting their tires pumped a lot, because like I think just as much like overwhelmingly negative stuff about them as I do positive. Like there's no one who's like, cops, take them or leave them. Like it's just people are like, they're murderers, or it's like they're heroes, they're soldiers, they're the bravest men alive.
But you know, when you interact with a cop, it's like, oh, I'm so sorry, officer. I apologize for my speed. Is there any way you could give me a warning just this one time? God, you look good today, and your shoes are so shiny. Like that's the fucking filleting that cops are expecting when they pull you over, and it's what I give them. It's I'll kiss a cop's ass for sure, and I'm an effort to get out of a ticket, but they don't deserve. I hate it. They don't deserve it. They're not helping people very often.
No, very often it seems like almost the opposite, where it's like, you're getting off on this, you dick. Like,
yeah.
Which I imagine, like, because there are good police officers out there. There are, like, I imagine a lot of them, because like you can see across the country, like how much cops are dropping off as a profession, because a lot of people are just like, do you see, like, I think it was Chicago, like new hires for the Chicago City PD, like over from like 19, 20, 21, 20, whatever it is. And it's like dropped by like 90%. It's gone from like the hundreds to like, how many new people have applied in 2022? It's like, 41. It's like, really? 41 in Chicago, the third biggest city in the country. 41 people.
Must be easy to be a cop right now.
Yeah, or not easy, because if everybody's quitting, it'd be less cops.
You think they'll take me?
Wait, wouldn't that be job openings?
Oh, I thought you meant like it'd be easier to be like It'd be easy because like you'd have to be
would have been better phrasing.
It'd be like you'd have to pick up other people's work. Like
Someone if you join a company, Smitty about these Chicago opportunities. He could go from crab cop to cop.
I wouldn't want to be a cop in Chicago. Fuck that. I wouldn't want to be a cop at all. Like I would be so easily like manipulated by people. They'd be like, please don't give me a ticket. I'm on the way to work on this. And I'm like, God, you're right. That's reasonable. You know, have a great rest of your day.
Officer, look, here's my wife. I just need 20 more bucks. And then 17 after that.
It's like, all right, I'm gonna level with you, sir. I'm on my dash cam right now. You critique these next 5 voices I do for you. And guess what? Somebody's driving home with a couple of laughs and no tickets. So it's like, okay, just hold people hostage while I do bad jokes.
How long does it take to become a cop? Like 6 weeks, right?
Full weekend, man.
How long is the police academy? Let's look.
Like if you want to like if you just decided on a whim to how long?
16 according to the internet.
Oh, that is pretty long. I mean, it's not good enough to be. Well, see, I was just thinking it would be like what if you just did it on a whim? What if you just thought it'd be funny to become a cop for a little while as a bit? like 4 months isn't even that bad. Like if you think about it that way, like Taylor, if you got to like show up as a cop and be like, look, they just gave me a gun and a badge. like I didn't even try.
If you were a cop, Kyle,
that would be hilarious.
Do you have anyone in like your backstory that you'd target?
If I were a cop,
right? Like it. Yeah, I'm like, if I was a cop, who would I give tickets to? Like at first I thought my friends because it's so funny, but that's not actually funny at all.
Well, I mean, you're making
it's actually mean.
Are you gonna? I mean, if I just became a cop, I'd have my own little jurisdiction. You'd have to make me some sort of like federal agent to be able to go around and you don't have people I don't like.
See, he FPS felon cop. In this case,
who would know how to fight crime better
than a criminal?
No, I would. I literally thought about that the other day. That if I weren't, I hope I'm not breaking up. I'm not, am I?
You're good. You're good.
No, you're working.
I thought about that the other day. That like if I weren't a felon, like a funny long-term bit that I didn't tell anybody about would be to become a cop as a gag. Like I really do think that would be fucking hilarious. Like just to show how like low effort it is to become one. How like do it as a side hustle.
Yeah, I'll make that my Twitch goal. I'll start streaming again and be like, all right, get this many subs and I'll go submit an application to the local PD.
How about this? If they pay for do you have to pay for the police academy to enter, or how does that work?
I can't imagine so. I feel like that would be
that's like
pyramid scheme.
You get paid. I think you are hired as a cop and then they send you to this training on the payroll.
Here's another question I have.
If you join a police department and they make you buy your own uniform and gun, you're in a pyramid scheme.
So then there's the idea of just being deputized, right? Because I believe that I think a sheriff can just say you're a deputy and swear you in like the fucking Wild West, and it's legit, right? I mean, there is some paperwork.
You can arrest people?
Don't get me wrong.
I have no idea. And I don't know what deputy's powers
I think you could just be like, you know how the queen like knights you with a sword? It's no more absurd than that. They just make you a deputy.
I had an American Airlines pilot give me wings when I visited the cockpit as a child. That didn't make me a pilot though. Like he can hand those wings out to anyone.
Yeah.
Kyle marinating on that bit of information.
Have you ever attempted to walk into the cockpit while wearing them?
God damn it, Kyle. All right, he's back. He's back now. Maybe. I saw his lips. I saw his lips go, "Am I back?" And then nothing came out. And then I heard you say, "Where were we?" And now it's coming in.
I think Kyle's right. I'm reading this. Sheriffs have power to deputize people, just like forming a posse in the old days. While deputized, the deputy had all the powers and protections of the sheriff, including the ability to use deadly force to capture a felon.
This is the way in.
I just need to know a sheriff who could deputize me.
I got one better.
I could kill felons.
So
we got a lot of listeners.
So there was
we probably got.
Oh, are we hushing for this, Kyle?
Yes.
Is this what you hushed me for?
I'll
so that we could hear your
crossbow.
intermittent voice every once in a while? Did you hush me?
I got a crossbow.
For your Walmart story on your Walmart internet connection.
It is unacceptable.
I like it. We need to go Xbox days and insult him as if it's his fault his internet connection is so bad.
I like how every once in a while I could just see the frozen Kyle go to dejected frozen Kyle.
Yes,
his head down.
yeah. He's like, tell his story. And then
You're not back. We're only hearing 1 out of every 10 syllables, if that.
It's funny though. It's his audio frame rate matches his video frame rate. Dejected Kyle.
Oh, Kyle, this is a bad episode for this. I need to get up every so often. I'm so hot. It's so hot in here. I was banking on Kyle being around for the last hour so I could go downstairs every so often and get reacclimated to a human temperature.
So wait, you have downstairs air conditioning?
No, it's so much cooler downstairs because it's my
of the
downstairs.
Heat rising. Well, is your window open?
No. Well, earlier someone was mowing their lawn out there, and I didn't want to open while people were doing that. I probably could now. Then I just replace the heat problem with heat and pollen. Probably because it's still fucking hot out.
Did you try the Zyrtec? Remember when we suggested?
I did, and I keep forgetting to do it daily. But the days I remember, it's much more pleasant.
It's like a cumulative sort of, I don't want to call it an SSRI. It's totally different, but it's like that in that you want to have it in your system every day.
Mm-hmm.
I hate this is his new name.
Are you okay,
Kyle? Talking about? I thought it was interesting.
I don't know what you were talking about.
I think the story started with hush. and then you were gone.
Oh, we were talking about becoming a police officer as a gag.
Yeah.
I can
and
easily
how you can
defeat
get
Kyle in a debate when he can't.
Oh, yeah. I was literally looking into this one time. This has been years and years ago. But there was some other way to get deputized. You would become like some sort of a New Mexico, like, I don't know, like land officer or something like that. But it came along with the same basic privileges as a deputy, the way the law was written, and you got a badge and a gun. And some people wanted to come to an arrangement.
Like Matt's friend.
Yeah, like Matt's friend. So that's definitely a thing that I think you could I think if you had enough sway that you could definitely make that happen. Isn't that what Steven Seagal did in some way or another when he became Steven Seagal lawman?
Oh,
yeah.
You're right about Seagal. I'm right about Shaquille O'Neal, and there's another one. I might be thinking of Seagal.
I didn't know Shaq was a cop.
Yeah.
Or an honorary cop.
Yeah. Shaq's
There's a UFC fighter.
A really cool guy.
There's a UFC fighter that regularly fights crime. It's this black guy. I can't think of his name right now. Is it something? I can't think of it. There's been 2 different scenarios where he stopped robberies and choked guys out and held them for the police till they got there.
So John Jones has done that, but you might be thinking of Kevin Holland or something close.
I think it's Kevin Holland. Yeah. That guy's awesome. I think he won his last fight. I think it was a couple weekends ago. Is there a big fight coming up
outside the UFC?
I didn't think so.
I don't. Some of the heavyweights are fighting. Maybe Chael Sonnen keeps talking about it. Chael is taking 30-second points and making 9-minute videos out of them on the regular.
Chael is getting a ton of views. Chael is trying to branch out his brand. You can see him diversifying. He's trying to mix some family stuff in, trying to mix some opinion stuff in that has nothing to do with the UFC, and maybe tangentially create. He's working on his brand, and it's going well. He does have that looming court case with those half a dozen people he beat the shit out of in that hotel or whatever whatever it is he did. So I don't know what's going on there, but his YouTube channel, I've watched it grow really carefully, his viewership and his upload schedule. Like he's raking it in over there. He definitely watched multiple.
I'm a huge Chael fan. I'm a huge Chael fan. There was a period of time, maybe 3 years ago, I could have told you I've watched almost everything he's ever said. All the ESPN, YouTube, I just watched all the Chael content that existed. And now, he'll have an alluring title. I click on the video, and it's whatever. Is Kyle gonna jump to the 3rd stair this weekend? That's not a 9-minute topic. It's kind of a yes or a no. That's what are we doing here? Tell me something about your insight on this jumping feat. I want to know more. But you wax philosophical for 9 minutes, 12 minutes on a yes/no question, and you're losing me. It's just too much.
Yeah, he's just trying to keep up with his upload schedule. He's got someone telling him how many to upload, and he's killing it. And you see DC trying to catch up, so it's fun to watch that game get played out.
Yeah, those
guys transcending from traditional media to like into the YouTube space and doing it pretty slickly with the help of the UFC and ESPN, of course. It's nice to have that whole incestuous situation where they can cross promote, from brand to brand and everything. The UFC's cool that way. They don't seem to be too stuck up about stuff like that. Like
I feel like they have their friends, like Daniel Cormier, Chael Sonnen. They're in Dana White's races. Joe Rogan.
Yeah, sure. I feel like Joe Rogan can do no wrong. I feel like Dana White recognizes that Joe Rogan brings to like. I don't even like it as much if Joe Rogan's not there. I really dig him. I really do. I always have.
I felt like that too.
You don't anymore.
No, I think some of the other people have gotten as good or better at fight analysis.
DC is only good, in my opinion, in very specific wrestling engagements. Like he's got that's his real knowledge base. But anything else, he's not great at his job, I don't think. I think Dominic Cruz is pretty fun, and I really do like Michael Bisping.
Yes.
I think Michael Bisping is a lot of fun.
Yeah, I agree with all that. I'm trying to remember who the other ones even are. Paul Daly, I don't like. He's terrible. They always pull him in like between rounds. How's your scorecard? And he never has anything interesting or insightful to add.
Is he the black guy?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's his name, right?
Yeah,
he's bad.
I didn't recognize him before they added him to the crew whenever, I don't know, months back. I don't know what his background in fighting, or is he like an ESPN talking head?
He's a fighter. He's a good fighter for a while.
Oh, well, shit. Well, he's terrible on the microphone. They should fire him.
Yes, it is a microphone-based job. He's no longer hitting anyone. This UFC 276 is huge. It's July 2nd, so it's this weekend. 2 title fights, Adesanya versus Cannonier.
Ooh, that's huge.
Versus Holloway. Probably Holloway's. Volkanowski versus Holloway is interesting because I think the first time they fought, I'm making up numbers, but I'll call it like 40% of people thought Holloway won, 60 thought Volkanowski won, and so a lot of people thought it was wrong, but it wasn't crazy. The next one, kind of the opposite. Most people thought Holloway won, but the judges said Volkanowski did. This is his 3rd time at the same fighter, if I have my facts right, which is rare. You don't usually get 3 cracks at this.
The judges have stolen the fight.
Yeah.
The judges have stolen the fucking belt from the champion twice in a goddamn row. Everybody in the media wants to suck Volkanovski's little dick for some goddamn reason. All right. Max Holloway is a bad motherfucker. He wanted to fight Khabib. Remember when he wanted to step in and fight Khabib?
He wanted to fight DC.
He was the 145-pound champion, and he wanted to step up and fight Khabib at 155, but he couldn't. You know why? Because he couldn't cut enough weight. That's how big he walks around. He beat. That's true story. He beat Volkanovski both times. It was a tragedy both times, and I would bet a lot of money with anybody here. Maybe I don't care to go online and gamble. I don't care that much, but that Max wins this 3rd one, and then they got to run it back again. That's the problem, right? Because Volkanovski has to get his shot right back at the title. You have to do the quadrilogy.
Shit. If the guy won 2 already, you really need to do like a best of 5 or 7 to be fair.
And then, like, to be fair, that whole division is fucking held up forever because they've got 2 alphas at the top just sparring back and forth over and over. I wish that they would, one of them needs to die or move up.
Or age. I think Holloway might age. I think Max Holloway has been in some of the biggest fights there are. He's taken a ton of shots to the chin, and he's known for having a blockhead that doesn't get hurt. And somehow that seems common in Hawaii. That Hawaii and Mexico, you punch these guys in the chin, and it doesn't seem to bother them somehow. But eventually, chins break. All this granite crumbles.
Yeah, that's a weird thing. My little theory on it, and it's based on a documentary I watched once about CTE, I think. And I've talked about it before, that gel layer between your skull and your brain, that's like your little cushioning. I think that gets like degrades from concussions over time, and you get less shock absorption. So each concussion is worse than the last one, right? Because it's doing more damage. You have less shock absorption. I think that's what it really means when someone doesn't have the chin anymore in boxing. When this guy was just eating that shot for years, and then suddenly that shot that he ate hundreds of times before, and now he can't eat it. Yeah,
right.
I mean, that's why he ate it 100 fucking times. Hey, that's all he could take.
Jelly's gone.
That's it.
Yeah. Gone. So I just remembered I had a gummy. I'm starting to get I'm like, what is happening here? I hope legit... don't lag out. I forgot all about the gummy. It's
feeling it come. Just know you ate more than we wanted you to.
What? I thought I smashed these instructions.
It'll be fine. Though. I felt like you ate where the dick was.
Maybe I did. It just seemed like so little.
You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Nah. I know. It's hard to illustrate that point effectively enough, because you look at it and you're like, no way.
Right?
No way. But I'm telling you, I ate 3 of them when I first got them, and it was such a nightmare. Am I lagging? Tell me I'm not lagging.
Your audio seems fine.
Did that work?
Yeah. Well, so your audio is a little behind mine, but that's workable.
Like 1, 2, 3.
No. Actually, just then you were, and now you're frozen. So you effectively don't have your camera's freezing and your audio is working mostly.
Wonderful. I'm really hoping it's a thunderstorm. I'm going to try a completely different ISP tomorrow. I'm going to call someone else and get some quotes from them, and maybe just sidestep this whole thing.
So do you live in a neighborhood with lots of houses?
Yeah.
As opposed to a field.
Shouldn't be a problem. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe
there will be competition. If you live in a field, as you probably know, like there was one person willing to go out there. That's it. Typically. Yeah.
I did bet. I unloaded the motorcycle today, and I went backwards this time because the ramp was a lot steeper. And it went pretty smoothly. That wasn't a big deal, I guess. I don't know what I thought was going to happen, but it seemed intimidating to do it the first time.
Every time you never drop the bike.
No.
Oh, that's great. That's great.
No, I haven't dropped the bike since that first day.
You've only fell once ever?
Yeah. That was terrifying.
Those are rookie numbers, Kyle. You got to pump up those numbers.
See, you're pushing the limit. You're taking it to the limit. You're walking the razor's edge over there. All right. I'm cruising down the highway and taking it easy. Oh, poor Taylor. Poor Taylor. I bet that feels amazing.
It feels so good.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine how good it would feel if you get like a whole one up your ass, like getting inside the part where it was going in?
I wouldn't care if it was.
Imagine that. I have no idea what it's like to put a can up my ass.
I would not care if it was barbed. Like I would sit on it. It's and if I hold this in my head any longer, they're gonna be too hot to drink.
Taylor, while you left, you
know what you could do is an ice water enema.
Your gummy kicked in while I left.
Yeah,
I was gonna say, because like as you were leaving, Kyle,
I was like, oh my god, if I lag out, if I lag out, it's just high Woody.
That was funny. Yeah, as you were gone, Kyle, I was thinking like, oh no, that's gonna kick in soon, and it might make him quiet. But also, I was thinking like, when you're in show mode, when you're in talk mode with weed, like it's gonna get depressed some. And so I was like, I think it's going to be after the show when Woody's mellowed out that he's like, oh, okay, now that I'm not like on guard, like performing, it's gonna sink in and you'll relax. But how's that amount treating you? How are you doing?
Yeah, it's more than I expected, because I had the ones that I had taken before were 35s. So I would eat a quarter of it, or sometimes even a half. By this math, what did I eat? Like 15? But it's so much more than like the quarter of 35, which is I guess 12.
You ate shins down. Like you didn't just go feet. You ate a little. Probably. I would get Zach. That's probably right. He ate about a fifth of it, probably 20 milligrams. Not anything crazy.
That's what I thought as well. I thought you ate like not only the little feet, little nubs there, but I thought maybe you got some of where the dick would have normally been if it was an anatomically correct gummy bear, which you have to pay extra for some reason. Hey, tell them that, Taylor. Tell them we'd like some gummy dicks.
I bet they can do it.
But it shouldn't be just more gummy. I want it to be a little jewel of some sort. a little drop of sugar right there.
I think they taste good.
I like that. I'm
not saying they don't taste it. Actually, the watermelon tastes good anyway. It's the only one I've tried. But I'm really the way this dick works. It should be like a shiny piece of sugar. It's not that they don't taste good. It's that it's decorative.
I believe you believe that makes sense.
I want you to feel safe and comforted having those thoughts. And loved.
Hot.
Taylor,
I feel so sorry for you, man. It's a little hot here. I've had the air conditioner on all day on 65 degrees, and it's 67 in here. So but outside, it's so the inside humidity is 50%. Outside, I think it's 100%.
So
I think it's just water out there. I think it's so goddamn humid here. It rained every day of my move, and then it would stop, and the sun would bake the rain, so you couldn't even sweat anymore. It was so disgusting.
Humidity sucks.
Yeah.
This is horrible. I cannot wait until I have AC again. Just you realize what a bitch we are, like with all of our modern technology. Like if I had to go the rest of my life without AC, like I'd have to move to like Edmonton or something. Like I'd have to live there. I would, because this sucks.
If someone snapped their fingers and made air conditioning go away, I agree with you. I would move to a climate that like had, in the summers that was 65 degrees or 70 degrees and the winters were brutal, or I'd just be a snowbird, like make that work somehow. I don't want to be disgusting all the time.
No one does. In the humidity, like
your eyebrows, you look like Nicholson on your skin for a split second. You did like a Nicholson wrinkly eyebrow thing.
It's getting pretty high. No, how do you do Nicholson? What does Jack Nicholson sound like? Do a Jack Nicholson real quick, Kyle.
Honey, darling, light of my life.
That's where it is.
I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm gonna bash your brains in. I love that scene.
I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm gonna bash your brains in.
He's so expressive.
Is that like the Randy Savage Macho Nicholson?
I'm writing a book in this place, and it's gonna be the all work and no play makes Johnny a dull boy. Yeah, that would be a better movie.
If anybody wants to see if anyone's not going to see The Shining for some reason, just search on YouTube for The Shining staircase scene, and that might be my favorite scene from the movie because he's backing her up the staircase and she's swinging that bat and she's just terrified of him. Stay back! Stay back! And he is not afraid. And he's just telling her he's going to murder her as he takes these like maniacal steps up and making like jazz hands.
Yeah.
Making these crazy expressions and like just trying to spook her and terrorize her as much as he can because he's crazed. Love that scene. That's one. I think that is my favorite movie.
That is a great film. I like it a lot. I need to watch some of Jack Nicholson. Find out what he sounds. I know he doesn't sound like Stone Cold, or not Stone Cold, whoever the fuck I was doing.
No. Have you seen The Departed? Savage. Have you seen The Departed?
Yes. Yeah, I have seen that.
Okay.
And in the beginning is when he's like, there's like 7 racial slurs in his initial monologue, but he's like, back in the day, there were Italians and Irish and all the rest I didn't care for. And it's like him like going through that. Back in the day, we had real head hitter something like I remember that he said back in the day and then talked about all his gang involvement. I have not seen that movie in 10 years.
So I have I have 3 Jack Nicholson recommendations. They're all masterpieces. There is As Good as It Gets. That's older Jack Nicholson, but still sexy enough to fuck Helen Hunt, apparently. So that's good enough. He's got OCD, and he makes friends with a little dog. It's really cute and lovable. It's on Netflix. The other is One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. I only watched it once, and it made me cry my eyes out because the ending is really rough. But it's Jack Nicholson in an insane asylum with a great cast of like fellow inmates or patients, and Nurse Ratched being like one of the all-time great villains. And then the other one is Chinatown. That's one of his earlier films. Young Jack Nicholson, LA noir detective story that like he thinks he's investigating impropriety in a marriage, but suddenly it becomes this much bigger story that's a big conspiracy, and like he keeps digging into it more and more, and there's a beautiful woman that he's trying to like woo and at the same time save, and kind of a classic story. I think it's black and white. Very good. That'll get your Jack Nicholson impression down perfectly.
Okay,
you get all 3 phases of Nicholson.
All 3 phases of Nicholson. What the hell does that fucker? I know he doesn't. Damn it! Now I'm just out. Now I'm not doing anyone.
You want to hear a Nicholson story? I heard a true story about Jack Nicholson, relayed from a woman to a woman, and then said on a talk show. But she said that in the middle of voracious lovemaking that had already gone on for at least an hour, he left the bedroom mid-coitus, went to the kitchen and consumed an entire apple pie before returning and continuing to make love.
Yeah, sometimes people do stuff and you just makes you be like, we're the same page kind of guys. Like, what's better than that? A little snack in the middle? What's wrong? You know, you're not eating it in the bed, not being rude.
It's true.
You're being a little rude. He just
needed a carbo load. Okay. You know, like he needed a little more energy, needed to get back at it. Obviously, the original Batman, he plays the Joker, and he's tremendous there too. Nicholson is an amazing actor. He's had just such a super career.
The Cuckoo's Nest I've only seen that once, and it was like only maybe 2 years ago that I saw it. That was a tremendous movie, and I didn't even know that Danny DeVito was in it. Like young Danny DeVito
Lloyd.
Being like,
have we been talking about Jack Nicholson the whole time I was gone?
We're
You're
talking
goddamn
about
right.
Movies.
See, this is called time dilation. The word for today is time dilation. Woody's only gone for a while. Minute and a half.
He's gone for a while. Yeah, he was gone for 95 seconds.
90 seconds.
Was it? Because I thought it was really long. I can't believe it's still going. This is like a personal record. I hit a PR today.
You were gone for such a short period of time.
We were just about to transition to Sean Connery, which is an accent we have a much firmer grasp on. So,
do you want a PKA question? A Patreon question?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, well,
I love those.
Patreon.com/PKA. $10 for the questions. The questions you want answered, as long as they're good.
And look, if you're going to ask a question, here, let me give you some tips. Okay, so sometimes you guys say something like, and please do join the Patreon. I like answering your questions when they're good. I try not to dog you guys because it seems so shitty that you guys have joined the Patreon. You've utilized your ability to ask me this $10 question. For me to come on and say that you look like an idiot the way you write and that you didn't give me enough information to give you a real fucking answer, and it's tremendously frustrating that you're so stupid. That would be shitty of me to say because again,
that reflects
so he'd never.
So he'd never say.
I would never say that. But for the sake of your question being answered properly, the benefit of me not getting angry at like words on a screen. Here's some tips. Let's say you've got relationship trouble. Give me the full backstory. We like it. We like tons of information, paragraphs, multiple paragraphs. That's another thing. If you didn't do so well in English, get a friend to come and help with this. It'll be a laugh, okay? Because some of these aren't written so well. I mean, just run-on sentences. All right, lots of misspellings. Y'all don't have spell correct? Like, what is this? Anyway.
They're busy men. They're in a hurry.
What I'm saying is if you're going to ask a $10 question, make it count. Like, I want to answer your good questions, not... I mean, some of y'all aren't right.
No, the details thing is right.
I read all the
they're
questions.
Probably thinking like, oh, they don't want to do like too much details. No, if you're doing like more details is better because then there's more to fucking riff off of.
Absolutely. Or we know how to judge if your girlfriend's cheating on you or if she's just like, I don't know, sleepy. Like, give me all the information so that we can judge those questions. I like those questions in particular when someone's like, I don't know what's going on. My girlfriend's been doing this, that, and the other. My roommate acts like nothing's going on. And I've seen them talking behind my back. And it's like, okay, well, they're planning a birthday party or they're fucking. It's one or the other. Yeah. Like, I like to get all the information. Oh, okay. I want to change gears a little bit, but I don't want to like leave where we are.
Yeah, let's do the question first.
I was like, this might be time dilation, but I think I mentioned actually.
No, I'm real high too.
35 minutes ago.
This is basically a stoned episode. Like I'm real high too. This thing is much stronger than I thought it was going to be. And
they say I interrupt, but
isn't fair. I'm the only one who's not stoned.
Well, Woody, that wasn't interruption. That was help. That was instruction for them, so they can ask better questions.
Right.
I kind of want to interrupt you like one more time.
Definitely not an interruption at all. Hypothetically, if you guys were 20 years old and uncircumcised, would you get the surgery or stay floppy?
Not if it didn't cause a problem.
All right. 100. All right. If you're asking our personal opinions, I will always go back to this. There are no women that I'm aware of that have an issue with a circumcised penis. There are, however, women who have an issue with a circumcised penis. And therefore, I will bend to the will of the small chance that I'll ever be about to fuck a woman and she would say, ew, I don't like that. If there's a 1% chance that could happen, okay? And maybe, look, if you're the type of guy
it happens to Kyle
maybe
4 times a year.
Yeah.
And like, think about it this way. Like maybe you're not the kind of guy who gets a lot of opportunities. Like maybe like, oh, I've been looking for a girl for 6 months. Finally, I found one. And she says no. Like, are you going to risk that? Like, no, I would absolutely 100% recommend it, getting circumcised because of everything I just said. It's as simple as that. And yes, it will hurt. Yes, it will hurt. It will hurt tremendously. I have a friend who performed Vavity performed a circumcision, I think, on like an adult man.
Oh, I thought you were going to say himself.
It was either that or he knew someone who had it done. He had like firsthand information about the healing process. And apparently so the worst part is you wake up and you have like morning wood. And then it stretches out that area where there is no skin on your penis, and it's very painful.
That might cure the morning wood too.
Yeah, through agony. If you have somebody stick a thumbtack under your toenail, you also won't have an erection.
That's what I'm saying. See, I'm thinking ahead.
No, Kyle,
I'm high, but I'm fine.
You're so wrong, Kyle. First of all, I'll say that willingly, for no reason, genitally mutilating yourself for the prospective opinion of a woman out there someday. Let's address your first
insult that you've delivered here. You said that I'm so wrong. What about what I said was wrong? Point out the part of my argument that was wrong.
Yeah. The part where you said cut off part of your penis to appease a potential fictitious woman.
So in your opinion,
that is the most thing that you should cut off part of your penis for the pleasure. That is, dude, that is the most beta shit you've ever said in your life. Oh,
so you do agree that everything I said is factually correct?
Cut off the tip of your penis or you might not get pussy.
Taylor, do you agree that everything I said is factually accurate?
Have you ever been turned down or heard of anyone being turned down for being uncircumcised? You're not going to answer
that question, are you? You're going to act like one of those politicians. You're not going to answer it. Everything I said is factually accurate, isn't it?
It is not factual. It is a construction. If you want me to,
everybody,
how about you let me keep talking?
You're gesturing
how about
now.
you? No, what people are actually saying is a functional retard trying to have a conversation with his friend Kyle. And see, slipped a joke in there. And so basically, I'm saying that you are inventing a scenario in which this will happen. There could be a woman out there who would turn you down for being uncircumcised. If this guy does not have an issue with his dick skin, like if his dick skin is too tight and his dick isn't getting hard, obviously you need to get that taken care of. But if it's a purely aesthetic thing, don't willingly remove billions of nerve endings and make sex less pleasurable for yourself because of Kyle's made up scenario of a woman maybe someday potentially turning you down.
All right, so
I mean that seems like more of a self-control thing for you than the average guy, but like,
and I love that your qualifying question was, have you ever heard of someone getting turned down? First of all, why would anyone ever admit that happened?
If you had an answer, you would have said yes. You would have said yes, you floundering idiot.
I know of women who have turned guys down And you're imagining.
Is that what we're doing? Is that what we're doing? Lying hour?
You're imagining. Forgive me. You're imagining a scenario though where like a man and a woman get in a bedroom and she sees his dick and she turns him down. I think that's rare because that would be like super.
That's what you said.
It's like, man, we got
that's explicitly the scenario you laid out, and now you're saying that it's so rare as to be infinitesimal.
Let me explain.
Okay.
What I'm talking about is a sneaky kind of way of letting the uncut man to the side. It's as soon as she sees a picture of his dick, maybe she just, that's when it stops. It's going to stop when if she gets a picture of his dick on her phone. There's no way that there's 5-10% of women, I would say, we need talk. All right, uncircumcised men, you're the ones to answer the question because we're clearly talking about something we don't really know about. I admit that I cannot speak. I admit that I cannot speak to how high the percentage of women that just won't fuck a guy who's uncut is. But I can.
Well, hell, you were an expert a few minutes ago. So a few minutes ago, you had stats, pages, documents, charts. My God,
stats.
Yeah.
Forgive me.
It's
Taylor,
a cosmetic surgery.
The issue
you guys are going on and on.
Anything greater than 0 is a problem. If there is one vagina on the planet that will not allow your uncut cock, then you should get that shit cut off. All right. If there was a group of women that just didn't
absolute cuckery,
like, where do you draw the line? Where do you draw the line? We're gonna stop wearing.
I draw it at cutting my dick skin off voluntarily for no reason.
You shit in the woods like a real gorilla man.
I'm not that attached to my dick skin.
Like Tim Allen.
Taylor, it's the dick skin that's in need of cosmetic surgery. That's the part you're talking about losing. It's like I will not have lipo. Yeah, you didn't want that part of you.
You guys are just Captain Cope on this of like,
and
well, you don't need all those extra nerve endings. Yeah, those nerve endings would be fucking tight, dude. Those would be awesome.
Oh, really? Is nerve endings where the orgasm comes from? No.
Yes. Literally, yes.
Yeah, no, I can never come fast enough, Taylor. I wish I had more. I wish my cock was more sensitive so I could come just a little bit faster. That would make my world so much better.
So go in there and cut off your dick skin because of
flawed.
You're an idiot.
You've been made a fool. You've been found wanting, and I'll have no more of this.
Let's let the audience decide. Let's let the audience decide because willingly cutting off a piece of your penis for the opinion of a made up woman is the most beta bitch shit I've ever heard of. Most beta bitch shit.
Taylor, I might be getting cosmetic surgery because I like the way I look. That I want to like what I see when I'm in the mirror. That's why I get circumcision.
Keep your dick skin, brother. Stay strong.
Taylor, you only see half of my shirtless photos that I take. The other half needs circumcision.
No, don't get rid of extra nerve endings, man. Enjoy additional pleasure. Like that seems like the obvious response. Maximizing pleasure.
Yeah, enjoy wiping your cock, you weirdo.
Wiping my cock? What are you talking about?
Yeah, you know, Fish takes to the bathroom. He takes a bottle of water and some tissue to like handle that thing he's got down there.
You said that was not an uncircumcised thing. That was like an Arab thing, like that. I know Fish said that, right?
Yeah.
I choose Kyle's version because it's funnier.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah, I was trying to slip that one. I was trying to slip that one in.
I wanted to be fair.
I also yeah. I guess that's fair.
He said there was like a code.
There's
like, if you ever see a bottle of Dawn and some napkins by the toilet, then you'll know in Arabic was there. Whatever the fucking
a bottle of water.
A bottle of water.
Like, you ever see a bottle of Dasani in a bathroom?
Yeah, sure.
It was a bottle of water, so they could like wet their dick and like blot it dry.
That is bizarre.
And like I got to admit, like. Bat is a clean penis. All right. If every time you piss, you're pouring water on the head of your dick and then blotting it dry, he's got the cleanest cock in town.
That is cleaner than the other methods. It has to be.
I mean, I'll shake that thing a few times and it's going back in there. I mean,
I just blow on it. I go.
Yeah.
Just piss off.
In fairness, I think my lick it clean method's better than his water blotting method.
Yeah.
No suction in his method.
Jackie, I'm pissing.
I hate it.
You assume there's someone else involved? You don't think all this gym work, I'd have no flexibility?
Underestimating your flexibility.
I'm doing core day.
Oh, core.
Oh, I've got a high ceiling.
I can't wait for a shot.
I got a high ceiling here. I think the ceiling is 18, maybe 20 feet.
Really? Are you talking about a swing?
I'm putting a climbing rope Damn.
Oh, I don't know why. I'm going to be a sex swing involved.
No, I just bolt that to like an 8-foot ceiling. Yeah, I got a little latch thing. You shoot
As I process it, I don't know why you'd want your sex swing from an 18-foot ceiling.
So high.
You'd be chasing her around.
Hang on, like hoist her up, like a mainsail.
Rider, like you're going from one fucking pirate ship to the next.
I want to throw like a 2 or 3 inch climbing rope up there, but I need a way to like get it out of the way because I'm not going to be the kind of barbarian that just has a fucking rope hanging from the middle of the ceiling, right? Because that's insane. But if there was a way that I could like pull another string and like coil it up there, like out of the way and out of sight, I really want to like climb to the top of that ceiling and then fucking slide down and shit. It'd be a tremendous workout. Dude.
Climb into an 18-foot ceiling? I would like that workout.
I was more impressed than I've rarely been so impressed as I was that time that you climbed up that rope in Arkansas.
I remember that thing was tall too. It was like 40 feet, and someone had just failed before us, right? Like if I recall correctly, and I'm a little high, like there was a fit person that couldn't do it. And it's like, I think I can do this, but I'm a rope climber.
Am I good? 1, 2, 3.
Yep.
Yeah.
Woody and I like split off from the group. We were like, I don't know, taking a break or something from learning how C4 worked. And I don't know how it like came up, but I probably said something like, oh, I could never climb that. And Woody was like, oh, that's easy. I was like, what? You can climb that? Oh, yeah. And he just like went up it like fucking a monkey. And I've never seen anyone climb a fucking rope before like that. So it was pretty awesome. I was like, there's no way I can climb that rope like that.
I don't remember if Kyle climbed it, but yeah,
I did not climb it. No,
there was like a low key part of me that wondered if that athletic ability had been stolen from me when I wasn't looking, because that happens as you get older. You know, suddenly being able to do front handsprings is a thing you obviously know how to do, and then it becomes not true. And I was like, I wonder if I can still climb rope. I see a giant rope there. It was really tall, but I didn't lose that, I guess.
Yeah, that was tremendous. That's been a long time ago, like 7-8 years ago at least.
Isn't that crazy?
Shit. Yeah, time just fucking gets away from you. It's wild. I remember it wasn't I never told you this. This is funny. When you and I went to see Joe, I was stoned the whole time.
Which time? To see Joe? Probably. The wedding?
When we drove up there.
Oh yeah.
I was high the whole time. I didn't want to like bug you with it, or like I felt like maybe
how did you even do that? We shared a hotel room.
I was smoking in gas station bathrooms.
That's
hiding
hilarious.
Like Woody's your dad and he's gonna get you in trouble.
I didn't want him to like, I felt like him knowing would like put him in a position where he would then have to lie from me potentially, and it would be better if he could just actually be ignorant of the fact that I had marijuana. So if a cop was fair. Did you know he had weed? It'd be great if he could honestly say no and like not even make Woody lie and tell a lie for me potentially. So like that was a bit of it.
Yeah.
And then you know, not wanting to like, I knew he didn't want to get high, so it's not like I was being greedy or anything. And like Woody had to stay up all night the night before our trip to do videos to keep up with his schedule, so he wasn't a great riding partner. So after I saw that, the next time we stopped for gas, I blazed up. and like every stop after that, I had I don't know what that is. I had a chillum and a bag of ground weed, and I would just go in the bathroom and load that thing up and hit it like 5 times as fast as I could, blowing the smoke into the vent, and then I'd run out to the truck and get it, and we'd take off.
I used to do that in movie theater bathrooms.
That's probably what contributed to us getting lost in Delaware on the way back.
You blamed it all on me.
But it was Kyle blitzed out of his mind.
I didn't mean to blame it on
I don't know. It doesn't matter. All roads lead to Rome.
I honestly don't remember what happened. I'm just thinking that maybe the marijuana I could to it somehow, because I probably touched the navigation and fucked it up. That's probably what happened. But God, there shouldn't just be one button that fucks everything up. And apparently there was, and it sent us to Delaware.
I remember we had
the Delaware key.
2 different ideas on like where to go and what to do. And we clearly agreed on one, and the GPS was clearly set to the other. And I don't know how it happened, but
it's probably my fault. But we got home eventually. I'll tell you what the worst part. I'll tell you how fed up I was, like with how long that drive had gotten. Not with you, but just the drive in general. I left you at your house, and it was like 4 in the morning, 4:30 in the morning, something like that, in Apex. And I leave your house, bid farewell. I'm on the interstate highway, right? 2 lanes, one way with a median. And I hear Woody's phone start ringing in my floorboard. And I look down, and there it is. And I pick it up, and it's Jackie. There her lovely face is. I was like, I'm on the way. I literally stopped in the middle of the interstate, went across the median, and just went back the other way. I didn't have time for exits. I just made a U-turn through the median and went back and got him. Got him his phone.
Sorry about that.
I didn't make it home that night. No, it doesn't matter. It was a fun trip. I didn't make it home that night. I think I made it to South Carolina. Oh, that was one of the more intense drives I think I've ever been on. I've been on some silly road trips, but that traffic was brutal. Out west, there's a lot of stretches that go on forever, and it's smooth.
New Jersey smelled bad in both directions. Now Kyle thinks it always smells like that forever. It's just,
yeah.
Didn't represent.
I'm sure, and not many states, to be fair, look beautiful from the interstate. You know, you've usually got to get off into them and explore a bit to see the cool stuff. But man, does New Jersey look terrible from the interstate. It's like industrial plants with that steam coming out of them, and like smokestacks burning, and like soap factories and shit. Like it's rough. It's rough stuff. Texas is kind of cool with the refineries. When you drive past a refinery, you don't think industrial waste or low class. You think that's where the juice comes from. That's the good stuff. They're like they burn the exhaust, and so they've got that continuous flame burning from the smokestacks, and it looks cool. You okay over there?
Death by gummy shit hits different. If that was 20 milligrams, why is this the highest I've ever been?
It's real deal. See, we're not fooling folks. It's good for people. It's good for people at home that they saw this. Start very
this shit
small
is like
amount.
truth serum too. Like
this gets you lit. Yeah, it's high quality stuff. Code PKA 20 for 20% off, folks. Speaking of, not speaking of this, is there? So all my monitors, the color is dimming, and my computer sounds like it's about to take off, like my PC. That can't be good, right?
Warm. Yeah.
I touched the side of it, hot to the touch. Is that going to fuck up my PC long term? We've only got 14 more minutes, so hopefully it doesn't.
No, not long term. I bet it's fine.
Do you have any ice water?
Such a fucking,
that you could.
No, I don't have ice water that
You've heard of water cooled PCs before, right? So you want to pour that over the GPU, and it'll cool things right down.
Okay, I'll give that a go.
If anybody who's listening, a hose works good, but you know, if you just got a little squirt bottle or anything, anybody who's listening, you ever have those overheating? I mean, everybody's heard of water cooled PCs. You just do it. People don't want to do it.
I have heard of it. I don't have one though. But this is the loudest I've heard. This
going to damage their PC.
I'm surprised it's not coming through the fucking.
Yeah,
well,
I mean, of course, if you get the water on any electrical components, that would be catastrophic. But if the water will be great for cooling everything down.
Okay, I'll give that a go, and then next week I'll be doing the show from a laptop. Probably.
Makes perfect sense.
This shit just
Tarkov wiped today. I think
it's so hot.
Maybe yesterday.
This is physically the least comfortable I've ever been in a show. This is I've been trying to be a good sport. I'm so hot. I'm so sweaty. I'm so hot. It's well over 100 degrees.
You sweated through that shirt. You sweated through that shirt 2 fucking hours ago. It is not a black shirt.
It is. It is wet. I could wring this out afterward. I'm out of ice in my ice machine.
Taylor, let's do a bit. Let's do a bit. So go change shirts, but bring that shirt back and wring it out into a glass.
No, I'm embarrassed.
Oh, come on. All right,
it's fine. I don't want to do that.
Your underwear then.
Oh yeah, dude, that would be disgusting. Like I'm sitting in ball soup right now. Have you ever been so sweaty that your calves are just dripping? Like you're in a sitting, like obviously like, when you've played sports, like you get that sweaty, but I've never in a solitary static position gotten this sweaty ever. And it's worse than outside because my motor's out. There's no airflow. It's so thick in here. It's so I could grab the air. It's so fucking thick. Oh man. Come on, 11 and a half minutes. Come on.
I love this. So we've got me with my internet fucking killing me. Woody's high as fuck, and it's so cute. And you just drenched in sweat. I really like this show. This has been a great show. I wish that I hadn't had those interruptions because I've had just a blast, and I've enjoyed Matt. I hate that great. You're insufferable down there, or not insufferable if you're suffering down there. I guess you're a little insufferable.
I just forget the debate part.
but no, I like that Woody got high as fuck because he ate the dick. I watched him eat the dick, and I was like, I still. Oh, can I see it? Can I see the? I need evidence.
I bet maybe it was even almost a third of it the ate, which would be like
I don't think so. I remember
or maybe less.
So much less.
Taylor, how much money would I have to pay you to crawl into a sleeping bag right now and sleep until 8 a.m.?
Oh, dude, I'd pass away. Like I'd die. I think I'd actually die if I got into a sleeping bag and slept.
And all you can have to drink for the rest of the night is chili juice, like from a bowl of chili
juice.
Like you strain the bowl of chili and it's that juice. It's hot. It's hot.
Yeah. Oh, you can have unlimited drinks, chili juice, and high alcohol British warm beer. You can have that. The worst possible thing.
Ooh, a hot beer.
Okay.
There's the one I ate versus a brand new one.
Okay, so we were right. About 20% of it, about a fifth of it. Yeah, that maybe even less than that. Be careful, folks.
Here's the other thing, and another thing, Woody, is it's a different chemical. It's a different chemical as well. So I don't know. Maybe it's stronger than weed. I think it's stronger than weed.
I mean,
maybe I'm wrong.
These
I don't know.
Specifically, these 100 milligram edibles feel like a fucking weed edible. Like they're so correctly dosed. I think people have thought Delta 8 was way weaker than it was for a long time because so many companies were like, "Oh, this is a 50 milligram edible," and it really had fucking 7 in there. So you convince yourself.
Solid theory.
I may be overstating it to say that it's stronger than weed. I really don't know. It's hard to put a good grasp on it because I haven't eaten any real weed in so long. It's been since last October.
Woody, you got to have. I'm sorry, Kyle. What show would you recommend Woody to watch after after PKA tonight?
Oh,
because he's higher than he's ever been.
Bug's Life.
A Bug's Life?
Yeah.
You think that'll be good? Stoned out of your mind?
Yeah, of course.
Doesn't stress you out thinking about what if the crickets win or the grasshoppers win?
No, I'm pretty sure that the ants are going to, or whoever. I've never really seen that movie. I just assumed that. I didn't know it was so confrontational.
You've never seen A Bug's Life?
No, I'm not really into the Pixar stuff. I think I was a little bit too old to even appreciate Toy Story. I watched it and I know it's a good movie, but I'm not all caught up on it. I don't know. Everyone seems to be.
Oh,
I think it was a big part of a lot of people's childhood.
For sure. Yeah, Toy Story and A Bug's Life. I remember explicitly the first time I saw those. I remember Bug's Life was in theaters and I was with my mom and my grandma and my brother, and we got up to the booth before it sold out. We were in the line out into the parking lot, waiting for opening night Bug's Life, and we didn't get in. And I was just absolutely despondent. Just depressed over not being able to watch A Bug's Life. But I got to watch it, so it all worked out. And it is a good movie. I thought you were going to recommend that he watches something nature related, like deep. Is there a nature one called like Deep Blue or Blue Sea, where there's a bunch of like cool video of whales? Maybe I'm getting the name wrong, I'm sure, but there's a couple really cool ocean documentaries.
Maybe there's the Planet Earth stuff. There's the Planet Earth stuff. That's always really good.
Yeah. Oh, but, Planet Earth 2. Watch that. Planet Earth 2 is great.
That's it.
High or sober.
I love the snake chase scene where the snakes are chasing the iguana, and he's like running up the rocks, and Attenborough's like, he must not slip or he will die. And like and there's like 100 snakes chasing it like aggressively, and he's just like winging, and they're like clipping onto his ankles and trying to pull him down. He's like, like,
that's such a cool clip.
I love it. Like,
that clip is so that was like the clip they used to advertise Planet Earth 2, like on TV, and it's so perfect it looks made up.
It looks
like they're on a closed set with a bunch of snakes because of how like perfect the cinema or something. Like as I was watching it, I'm like, God, they like anticipated the chase scene with all these camera placements. Like, how the fuck did they do? And then of course they just had so many fucking cameras around there that of course they're gonna pick it up, I would guess.
And I remember there was one like Mongolian herd of elk or something. It was like, it is the rarest elk in existence. And it's just like they spent like 8 months camped out in Mongolia trying to get a shot of this elk. And I'm like, I don't know, it just doesn't even look that fancy. You could have spray painted some white on a regular elk and saved your trouble.
Saved a huge amount of money.
Have you ever
quickly have a dead elk?
Have you ever seen an elk like NRL?
Yeah, I have. They're pretty cool, pretty regal.
They're fucking gargantuan. Dude, here's what I want to do. An actual trip. Maybe not this year, but maybe next year, right? Let's go kill something with bows. Let's go into the forest with bows, and let's kill something big. I want to kill either a bear, an elk, or a moose. I'll accept no substitutes. A pig won't do. I've killed slews of pigs, piles of deer. It can't get my rocks off like that.
Yeah.
Okay. I gotta kill something. It has to be able to kill me back. Okay. Game. I would not, maybe a mountain lion, but I'm actually afraid of them. I'm afraid of mountain lions, so I'd like to avoid like them if possible.
I'd vote moose of those options because it's the biggest. Yeah,
it is the biggest.
That is an animal that, like, the first time you see a moose in real life, like you imagine that it's like a deer, like before you've seen one, or like it's a slightly larger deer. Like you see a moose and it's like, oh, this like makes Clydesdales look like little babies.
You know,
like that's how big they are. They're so fucking big.
What if we team shot a moose with bows?
That would be
like
fun.
I've never seen that. See, this is why I'm the one you want on board with a project.
You're the idea man.
You've never seen a hunting video where they did something that was like, see, that's what I want to do with Scott. I wanted him to be like the FPSRussia of rednecks doing hunting videos, and him to basically use military hardware on game animals and be able to advertise like hunting products on that channel. I thought that was a great idea, but nonetheless, Scott's not much of an actor. It turned out. If you guys watch those Gator Show videos, you'll see he is as stiff as a board. And just know that's 30 takes. That's just sitting there all day. All right. Hello.
Talking on camera is harder than people know, right? Like probably everyone sees himself.
Welcome to the Gator Show.
Yeah.
See someone on TV and thinks that like if they were there, they would talk smoothly and clearly. But regular person, has anyone ever turned a camera on you and asked you to say something? You'll find yourself really stumped and stuttering and struggling.
And to say it correctly,
that
right? Because like he would go, hello, welcome to the Gator Show. And I'm Gator. And I was like, that doesn't make any sense.
Lead with I'm Gator. And this is the Gator Show. You fucking idiot. Have you ever seen a TV show? Like that's how it's
and it went on like that. And it went on like that for like an hour, because like every time he needs to say something, you know, for as I'm patching this video of his together, he's got the, you know, the pig ears on and he's wearing the night vision and shit. Like it was a whole mess. That's when I realized Scott was not going to be an actor. Although if you ask me, the video where he drinks the deer urine, and it fucking hilarious. Can we watch that? That'll kill the last 3 minutes. Zach, search the Gator Show. It's like youtube.com/user or whatever, the Gator Show. And I think there's a 3-minute video there. I won't strike you.
Even if I could log in, I wouldn't.
I probably got the log into the Gator Show. Those videos got a lot of views for a channel with no. I guess I did push them, but still, that was fun. That was fun doing that because I also like the idea that I could piggyback Scott onto my expenses. Yeah, play this shit. Give us audio. This is my cousin Scott.
I just want to make a quick video to show y'all how Gator gets ready to go deer hunt. I got a few products here that I think will help y'all get those monster bucks. Now, the first thing I want to show y'all is the Hunter Specialty Special Reserve doe urine.
It's in the package. I swear to God, this is real.
Buck. That's what deer hunters are about, is the monster buck. The only problem is you have to use the whole bottle.
I wrote this.
I'm going to tell y'all, the taste never gets better.
Is he spitting it out?
No, he's trying not to.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
He handles this well. He handles this well.
Now to get rid of some of that there,
some of that vomit smell, he said.
Evolve dead downwind scent block.
He just flowed with it and like improvised there and said, "Now to get rid of that vomit." Yeah, you don't want the deer smell the vomit.
I'm not sure.
It's better than deer piss, he figured.
What is that? Just soap?
It's
chemicals.
Scent blocker. It's like water and some sort of, I don't know what, honestly. Chemicals.
Edible.
Got that good odor in my pores. It's in my blood. Bring them big bucks and they're going to fuck me. They're going to be all over me like Sandusky on a Pee Wee football team.
It was topical. I'm sorry.
For this, you're going to need a Pens adult diaper, some Remington camo duct tape. I'll show you what the outcome of the product looks like. This is for a true hunter. Likes to hunt all day, all night, and all day the next day. This thing right diaper. Here take a monster load. Trust me, I got one of mine earlier. I hope y'all enjoyed the video. If y'all will excuse me, Gator needs his gap. Gotta go get that monster buck.
Yeah, that's a 308.
Gator needs his gap. Yeah, you're right. That guy is not a natural actor. He would not do well in late night commercials vaudeville. Or anything. Yeah, certainly not vaudeville. Well, actually, no audio might help him.
I'll say this about Scotty. He handled that deer piss very well. He improvised real well with the scent blocker, and everybody always laughs at that one. That's a good one. The other one, if anybody cares to watch more of him, is him like shooting pigs with night vision and just being real silly. That's a wrap, though. Check out our sponsors. Check out Mac Farah. Buy our gummies. They're strong as fuck. They'll fuck you up, won't they, Woody?
Rumor has it.
Yep. Strong as shit. Check them out. Code PKA20 and code PKA or Jizz.